Welcome back, Voidlings. I am the expert, the master of disaster, the one and only Void Seer, Sonoma, and we are back with more of this Zatsudan. It feels like it's been a little while. Give me just a second to take care of a couple things. So, apologies for the delay. Had to take care of a couple things here. That's probably gonna have to get resolved later. Give me just a second. Make sure everything's good. Let me get the right thing up. And there we go. Alright, so last time we did all of this here, what did we do last time? It was PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 mostly. I think it was... It was, in fact, PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. With some N64 Dreamcast. That's what we did. It's been a couple weeks, so I had to refresh my memory. Also, how about that new PlayStation 5 Pro? Did we really need a PlayStation 5 Pro? And why is it $700 from what I'm hearing? That's what I'm understanding is it's $700. It's like, bro, $700? Are there even any good games on the PS5, really? We got Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, we got... You know, I don't even know what we have on the PS5. I just know there's Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. I guess there's Final Fantasy 16, from what I hear. It's not a very favorable FF game, so I don't know. But yeah, like, I can't even name very many PS5 games. A lot of the PS5 games you can get on PS4, and it works fine on the PS4. So it's like, what, PS5 is just more graphics? Which, I mean, do we really need that much more graphics? To be honest. I mean, it's cool and all that we get to see things more realistically, but like, I don't think graphics are the end-all be-all for games. Gameplay first, graphics. Just make sure it doesn't look like crap, I guess. It's all I'm saying. So, today is the GPA. I love how I have to fight my mouse. Give me just a second. Let me, pull up the list that I need for this. So, Game Boy fans. Here's the thing. I have never touched an actual Game Boy Advance. I never have. The only handheld I physically touched with my own hands, my own two hands, is this right here, the PSP. Technically, I guess the Switch too, but I never played the Switch in like handheld mode. Because it's gonna require having to use my Joy-Cons, and I don't really want to use Joy-Cons. Also, I haven't charged these Joy-Cons in like 5 years. I have like 2 sets of Joy-Cons. They were sitting there uncharged for like 5 years. I just don't like the Joy-Cons. I really don't. But, yeah, the Game Boy fans. Where would I put this? Also, let me know if the music's too loud. Where would I put the Game Boy fans? Let me look at my list. Where would I put the Game Boy fans? That is a good question. honestly, for me, I think where I have it right now, this, I just noticed something is in the wrong spot. Why is Luigi's Mansion there? Luigi's Mansion is in the wrong spot on my list. Why were you the Game Boy Advance sets in Luigi's Mansion? But yeah, honestly, I think for the most part, it is in the B here. Like, I feel like these, the PlayStation 2 have better games than the Game Boy Advance. I honestly also think that the NES, well, You know what? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna flip these. These are gonna get flipped. Because while the NES did have some good games, the NES is kind of pretty jank. Let's be real. It is a pretty jank game. Or console. Game Boy Advance is a lot more solid, but it is a bunch of old games just put onto the console, basically. Well, I say a bunch of old games, not really. It's just got a lot of the games I've done is basically the, a bunch of rehashes, let's say. So let's go over what I've done. So, I have done, I think there's only 3 Castlevanias for Game Boy Advance. Give me just a second. Just a second. There we go. There we go. So, I have done Aria of Sorrow, Circle of the Moon, and Harmony of Dissonance. However, I have done these on the PlayStation 4, technically. They're still technically Game Boy Advance games, but I played them on the PlayStation 4. And honestly, I didn't mind any of those games. They were all pretty solid Castlevanias. I much prefer Portrait of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia, Symphony of the Night. I think I like those better than the Game Boy Advance game. But which one was it? It might have been Aria of Sorrow, I think was the better one. It was either kind of Circle of the Moon. One of them had a pretty annoying final boss, though. And I can't remember which one it was. Was it the one with Soma? It might have been the one with Soma. I think it's the one that had like 3 different endings. Which isn't saying very much because I think a few of them have multiple endings. I also did Final Fantasy 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 Advance. Which, while they're not bad ports, they're better than PlayStation ports for all of them. You don't have all the loading of PlayStation to deal with. They updated 1 and 2, well, they updated 1 and have an MP system instead of the spell charge system. Which did make the game a lot easier. It kind of broke the game, to be honest. However, while they're very solid ports, the music kinda, dies a little bit in those ports. The added content in all of the Final Fantasy GBA ports, they are so bad. They're awful. They are absolutely atrocious. Like, why? Why? Why would you add all that extra content and make it so terrible? It's like so bad at the point that it's like, why would I want to do this? And it's all for stuff that you don't need for the main game, because the vast majority of the stuff is going to be after you already beaten the game. Like, way after you've beaten the game. And it's like, it's not even, like, it's half the time it's not even interesting content. It's just run around in this random RPG Maker style dungeon. Because that's what they reminded me of, is RPG Maker style dungeon. It felt like it took an RPG Maker person and just had them go, hey, make this bonus guns, and it just slapped in random ideas. It sounds like something I would have done with Ho-Ho Fantasy, and I probably did do with Ho-Ho Fantasy. It's that bad. It's honestly really, really bad. Games about Battle Spirit 1 and 2, they were really weird games. I'm not gonna lie. The Battle Spirit games were like, kinda Smash-esque, but at the same time they were different. One of them was just collect more orbs than the opponent, which is kinda like, the coin mode in Smash. Basically the same premise, basically, but you can actually, well, I don't know if you can see it in Smash, if you how many coins you have compared to the opponent. Because I haven't messed with that mode in like forever. But they weren't that bad of a game, really. Why am I still angry? Stop being angry, me. There is Fire Emblem, the Sacred Stones, and Blazing Sword. Both of those were very solid Fire Emblem games. I want to say that Sacred Stones was probably the easiest of the Fire Emblem games that I played. Blazing Sword was a little bit rougher. I think that one had a fan translation. I don't think we got that one in English. I think only... No, maybe we did. Did we get that one in English without any fan translations? That might have been just the, Roy game that we never got. Which is so wild that to this day, I don't think we have an English version of that game. Like, you would think that we would have English versions of, other Fire Emblem games. Like, I'm sure if you made a Fire Emblem collection, here I go again with collections, you could add, like, a lot of these Fire Emblems in one collection. And I'm sure that you could do an English version for all of them. And you know what? I'm sure people would play them. Like, add Fire Emblem 1 through 8 in one collection. That would be for NES, SNES, and GBA. I'm sure you could fit all of that in one collection. Now, 9 onwards will be a little bit harder to fit into that collection. It will probably have to be its own collection. But, like, give the people a chance to play stuff that they never got to play. They did that with Mega Man Zero, they did that with the higher Mega Man Classic series, the higher Mega Man X series. They did that with, like, the Mario 3D collection, which, I mean, they could have done better with that. But, like, they do it with some of these other collections. Capcom's been doing it with fighting games. Why do they not do this with more IPs? It just boggles my mind, because a lot of this stuff you can't actually play anymore. And they want to make it so that you can't play it unless you buy the console and everything relate to it. But I guarantee they're not the ones making the money for it. Give me just a second, if you will. But yeah, both those Fire Emblem games were really solid. Do I plan on ever doing a Fire Emblem game on stream? Yes, actually. I have a few Fire Emblem games I would like to do on stream. The question is, it's not a matter of what games, it's a matter of when. Because I plan on doing a Fire Emblem 6, if I can find a fan translation. I plan on doing Fire Emblem 11 and 12. And if I can, I would like to do a Fire Emblem Awakening. If I can. I don't know if I can. I really don't know. I haven't touched 3DS stuff in forever. And I don't know how Awakening works. I don't know if it's gonna have problems or not. Because, obviously, I have to use, forbidden technology to do that. Which, I know companies hate when I mention forbidden technology, or when anyone mentions forbidden technology. But you see, that's the only way to do it sometimes. And I think with, like, 3DS stuff and things like that, if you want to stream it legally, you have to, like, jailbreak it in order to do that, which is very, very dangerous for the console. So, like, it's kind of a pain in the butt. Like, I don't think you can actually, stream from a 3DS normally. Also, my hands don't work with, consoles, so there's that. There is also, what else have I done? I've done, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, which is a really great game. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is such a great game. It can get a little hard if you're trying to 100% it. What makes it really hard is finding your way around the entire map. Because it is basically just a maze. It's better if you have other people to play with. But I don't think you're going to be able to do that with forbidden technology very easily. You might be able to, I don't know. I never did online with, like, forbidden tech. For the GBA. Kirby Nightmare Dreamland. Is that a Game Boy or is that a GBA? I don't remember Nightmare in Dreamland. Is that a remake of the first game? I think it's a remake of the first game, right? I don't have any memories of that game at all. We also did Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, which Gamer was trying to get me to do for so long. He's like, Xeno, play Superstar Saga. You will love it. I swear you will love it. It's like how Gamer tried to get me to play Tales of Symphonia for like 5 years or something silly. And like how Downstroyer tried to get me to play Final Fantasy Tactics for like years upon years. And it took me forever before I decided to play those. Give me just a second. 1 second. 1 second. Alright, so. I also did Mario Kart Super Circuit. I remember that one being not too bad, but the screen crunch kind of made the game a little bit difficult to play. And honestly, there's a lot better Mario Kart games than Super Circuit. The original Mario Kart I still stand by being one of the best Mario Karts. Mario Kart 8 is really good. I have done all the DLC for Mario Kart 8, but the reason for that is, I have no reason to really hug Mario Kart 8, in all honesty. But yeah, Superstar Saga, Super Circuit, pretty good game. Again, going back to Superstar Saga, talking about the Mario and Luigi games, I don't know if I'm ever going to get Mario and Luigi games, because I think those are on DS or 3DS and whatnot. And again, I don't know how those will work on forbidden technology. So that may or may not cause issues if I try to do both. I've also done Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Now that's a game that was frustrating. I thought about getting the Switch version, and I remember Kiara playing that. I never watched it. I should probably give that a try. I don't know if anyone else other than Kiara played it out of the Hollow members. I didn't even see Super Princess Peach, or not Super Princess Peach, Princess Peach's Showtime. Like, I think they did like one stream of that, maybe she finished the game, but like, nobody else even hugs the game, from my knowledge. Like, she's the only one I think that actually hugs the game. And I, like, never hear anything about that game, like, period. Like, it was there, and then it just, like, stopped being there. It wasn't a terrible game, but I didn't really like the, Round 2, where it was basically just well, Round 2 was a little bit interesting, but it was also very frustrating. As to be expected from a hard mode, basically. And if you wanted to fully beat the game, you have to do the hard mode. And some of those stupid Mario toys was like, please, why you do this to me? And then there was the Mega Man Zero series. Mega Man Zero 1, 2, 3, 4. Mega Man Zero 3 and 4 were definitely a lot better than 1 and 2. They were a lot more, fluid. They figured out how to do the Zero series. And if you knew what to do, you could easily break the games like no tomorrow. Like, no tomorrow. But, I struggled a little bit with, the games. That was mostly a skill issue for me. I feel like, they weren't really super difficult games. There were a few difficult spots in them. Like, some of the stages were kind of rough, like a Mega Man Zero series. I feel like the music is too loud. You need to lower the music. Right about there. It's really hard for me to tell if the music's too loud or not. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Do that. Alright, so, I'm sure Hate's gonna roast me about Mega Man Zero 2. I wasn't really attached to any of the characters in Mega Man Zero either. Like, Ciel was okay, but like, eh. Zero was okay, but eh. Guile, I don't remember his name. What the heck was his name? Basically, it was basically Mega Man X's version of Dr. Wily. That guy. He was kinda eh. Street Fighter 3 Alpha Upper. Why is it called? I have this in, like, the dumbest way possible. Why is it called Street Fighter Alpha 3 Gamecom? Give me just a second. Alright, there we go. But, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper, which we are going to begin in the next Capcom collection, it wasn't a very good port. It was very, very crappy. It looked bad. And if you listen to the sound bites, a lot of the sound bites got reused for characters, and it's like, why is this character sounding like Cammy when it's not Cammy? Or, why? Just why? That's all I have to say about Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. Just why? It was so bad. It was not worth playing at all. Now, another later version of the game is worth playing. We're not going to talk about the GBA version. Metroid Zero Mission. This one is an interesting game because it's a remake of Metroid 1 with added content, but good added content. So the Metroid 1 version of the game is a lot better than Metroid 1. It's so much better. Is it still Metroid 1? Yes. I see that my connection has gone wonky for some reason. Give it just a second. Okay, there we go. But yeah, the Metroid 1 portion of, Zero Mission, it wasn't bad. It's the second best Metroid, is it? I don't know if you were there to hear me talk about Mega Man Zero, so, you can roast me on that if you want. But yeah, the Zero Suit Samus section was also pretty interesting, I thought. I think... Yeah, I think 0, 1, and 2 were just eh. 0, 3, and 4 were a lot better. But a lot of the problems with the game, I think, was because of my own skill issue. Because let's be real, I didn't play those games very well. Platformers are supposed to be my type of game, but I did not play those games very well at all. I struggled. I struggled with some... I think the problem that I had was mostly just, like... I think it was mostly just figuring out how bosses work. And when I did figure them out, it didn't take very long. I also didn't want to abuse weaknesses, if I recall. Like, I was trying to do it without doing weaknesses, which, you know, makes it a little bit harder. It makes it a lot harder when you don't abuse the weakness. But that's the thing I do with Mega Man games, is I don't use weaknesses on the first playthrough. Sonic Advance 1, 2, and 3. Technically, they are the, Genesis versions of the game, I believe. I don't think anything... Well, they're technically the Genesis version with a little bit extra. But I didn't play them on the Genesis, so I'm gonna put these as the GBA, as GBA. Because I think they had added content. Sonic games are interesting. Because I didn't grow up with Sonic, I grew up with Mario. And so I wasn't used to Sonic. I played a little bit carefully at the Sonic Advance games because, as you all know, the game is all about speed, but if you go too fast, you die. By the way, hey, how's the music? Is it too loud? Let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. Whenever I listen back to VODs, every time I listen to music, it feels like the music's like super quiet. So I'm trying... It's not like super quiet. Well, it might also be the same I have on my computer where everything's like equalized. Because my hearing is awful. But yeah, the Sonic games... I mean, I didn't mind the Sonic games, but I don't think they're my cup of tea. Now, Sonic Adventure 2, we'll get that when we get the GameCube. I think it's the best Sonic game, in my opinion. But Sonic, I think Sonic Advance 3, which is Sonic and Knuckles, I think that's the best one out of the classic Sonic games that I play. Like, Sonic 1 wasn't bad. It's just, you know, the first Sonic game. Sonic 2, I feel like wasn't as good. I feel like it had issues. Sonic 3 was a lot more refined. I think there's like all four of the Super Mario Advance games. 100% of those games is a nightmare. I would not recommend it. The extra content does not need to be done. I don't even think you get anything like unique for the extra content. You think Sonic who is the best? In all honesty, I don't remember Sonic who that well. I don't remember the Sonic games very well. Also, I'm gonna try to work on my voice this stream, because that's something I've been slacking on. So let me know if I start going off tune with my voice, or going back to my normal voice. Because I need to start honking more for the chest more, you know? Hello, Rory. Yeah, I don't remember Sonic 2, but yeah, if you guys in the chat can keep track of my voice and make sure guys and remind me who, hey, Xeno, you're not working on your voice anymore. Then I'll go back working on my voice like I am right now. Why am I trying to honk for the chest? Because the reason I'm trying to honk for the chest is because I don't, and I have this issue where you may notice whenever I honk, I tend to nasalize a lot. That's a issue that is inherent, because I never really honked from the chest, and I'm trying to figure out how to not honk from the nose, because I never really figured out how to not nasalize. Like, how do I sound now compared to how I sound normally? Because if I honk normally like this, it sounds a little bit nasally, right? But if I honk like this, then it's a little bit better, right? Like, it's a little less nasally. I mean, it's still gonna be nasally, I think. But, you know. It is a little bit harder for me to keep up this voice, but it's something I gotta work on. It's also a little bit harder to, pronounce things this way. See, here's the thing. It's not sinuses. That's not why that happens. That's a, personal problem. Not sinus related. But that's something to talk about off stream. We're here to talk about consoles. But yeah, do let me know if I'm not sounding good, okay? Let me know if I start nasalizing too much. But yeah, Super Mario Advance. All four of the Super Mario Advance games, they're not bad. They allow the, populace who play the, oh yeah, we never got, Super Mario Bros. 1 for, GBA, did we? Did I not do the final boss for Sonic 2? I don't remember what I did for Sonic 2. The E-Reader levels, I believe that was only for, Super Mario Bros. 3. And yeah, they were fun. I did enjoy the E-Reader levels. They were unique. They were like extra challenges. That boss has begun hitless. I probably didn't do that then. I do think that some of the E-Reader levels were a little bit too much though. But overall the E-Reader levels were great. Now, I don't remember if Yoshi's Island had extra content. I think that was the DS version, but one of those versions was really, really bad with the extra content. And let me just say, with Yoshi's Island, restart the entire game or game over. I don't remember if that's what I fought. I remember fighting the stupid final boss with the dumb hitboxes. Because boy was that boss bad with hitboxes. Boy was that boss terrible with the hitboxes. Is that the one where you have to keep moving, otherwise you get hit by lasers and then you like fall into a pit or something? I don't remember if that's 2 or 3. Anyways, Mario Dance. Giant Eggman looking robot. Got Sonic 3. I can't remember which one is which, but yeah. I did beat all the final bosses for, the Sonic game. I did not do the Super Sonic fights, though. If that's what you're referring to. Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. 2. I think that one had, is that the one that had, like, Yoshi eggs? I think it did. I did beat Sonic Mania. I just never did the DLC for Sonic Mania. Oh god. Hey guys, do any of you remember the King of Fighters EX? And the King of Fighters EX 2? I remember both of those games being not very good. It was interesting that they brought in new characters. Like a couple, yes, those are the GBA ones. That's what we're on. We're on the, we're right here at the consoles, the GBA. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we got characters unique to these GBA games, but they kind of just never left the GBA era. They're only in those 2 games. I wonder if they either just forgot them, or they can't use them, or they think they're not interesting enough. Also, don't forget, EX2. I think that's the one that had like the Go Nits wannabe. And the Go Nits wannabe was just terrible. Right? I think its name was Shinobu. And it sucked. Ah, copyright. Right, okay. But yeah, EX1, Geese was just a silly final boss. But the EX games in general were not very good. They were very, very jank. They didn't play very well. They just were not very good. It's GBA, fine games on the GBA, not very, very good. The next game, let's talk about Wario Land 4. Now, Wario Land 4, I think, was a really, really great game. I think it's a really good game. If you're trying to 100% that game, best of luck. If Raocow can do it, you can do it. Just like the characters in what's it decide. Probably, yeah, probably. You're not wrong. Wario Land 4 was an interesting game because you don't have lives technically in that game. You have health, but you don't have lives. Honestly, I think lives don't really matter in games that much. Now, in some games, lives do matter because if you die, you have to restart the entire game, which is not fun. But in the case of like Mario games, you basically just, restart the level. Like, you don't really have lives in the Mario games, as far as I'm aware. There's a manga for 358.5 days? Really? That's wild. But yeah, overall, Warrior Land 4, great game. I would recommend it. I would not recommend trying 100% it, because it gets really, really, really aggravating to 100% that game. Give me just a second. 1 second. 1 second. Manga for most Kingdom Hearts games. If I recall, I remember looking at the Kingdom Hearts 1 manga, and it was like really, really goofy. Like, the art style was really goofy. Wasn't there supposed to be like an anime for Kingdom Hearts, but they canceled it? I believe there's a canceled Kingdom Hearts anime. Because the art style was like really bad or something. Yeah, I remember there being like an anime that was canceled because the art style was so bad. Like, honestly, I don't know how they will handle a Kingdom Hearts anime. Especially given it's Disney, and I don't think it would go like super drastic with fight scenes. Alright, we got 3 more games for the Game Boy fans. So we got Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo Revival, which is like one of the easiest versions of Street Fighter 2 ever, if I recall. I believe that's the prelude to the Switch version, and, you know, the HD remake. They really, really honed down the difficulty in later versions of Street Fighter 2. I don't know what either one of those are. The golf girl with bird abilities. Wasn't that like, is that Miyu? Is that who you were talking about? Well, that's not who you were talking about. I think that's what Rory was talking about with Miyu. There's also, like, Mo. Which, you know... Does anyone even remember Mo? Like, Mo is kind of, like, not interesting at all. In my opinion. But yeah, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo Revival wasn't really that interesting. It was like, super easy. It's just another version of Street Fighter 2, that's all. Also, playing a fighting game on the Game Boy fans. Your buttons are so wacky that, I don't know, you should just have a lot of black. Wasn't Miyu more like a schoolgirl? She looked more like a schoolgirl than a goth girl. But yeah, if I were to have played that game on GBA, or any fighting game on GBA, it would be a problem because, for those of you who don't know, in a lot of fighting games, I don't use L1 or L2. Guilty Gear Xrd, I use L1 for my, Roman cancels. I don't use L2 at all. In fighting games like, say, Capcom vs. SNK, R1 is my heavy punch, R2 is my heavy kick, L1 is my triple punch, L2 is my triple kick. I rarely ever use L1, L2, unless I am Akuma or Sangi. And that's because my wrist doesn't like extending that far. So I tend to ignore L buttons whenever possible. So if you see me ever remap anything like R1 or R2, that's why. Guilty Gear Advance, oh god, do I need to play that? Do I really want to play that? I did do technically all the Guilty Gears, but I didn't do ports for good reason. Because there's also a port of Accent Core on PSP that I did not do. Or was it PSP? It might be for Wii. Maybe as a single stream. Maybe. And the last couple games, which are not fighting games, we have The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. I mean, it's A Link to the Past. If I recall, there wasn't really anything extra to the GBA version. I don't remember. All you really get is yeah ha ha yeah ha ha yeah. You get all the Young Link sound bites from Ocarina of Time. That's really all you get with the GBA port of A Link to the Past. There might have been a couple other things. I don't remember. I really don't. And the last game, Wellness Dungeon with a fight against Dark Link. See, I do not remember if I did that or not. I mean, you get portable, yeah. That's not wrong. That is the big thing. GBA's big thing is you can play on the go. And the last Zelda game, which I did like. It was a good Zelda game, and watching Cecilia play this and the way Cecilia handled this made me want to try harder with my own streams. But I don't know what to do with my streams. Like, let me be real. Cecilia, when she did the Menace Cap, and that's the game we're talking about right now, Rory. I was gonna say the name of the game. Cecilia made the Menace Cap more immersive. Like, whenever there was like multiple links, she did a game where she would have extra versions of Cecilia on screen, depending on how many links there were. If there was 2 links, there would be 2 Cecilias. If there was 4 links, there would be 4 Cecilias. And whenever she made the links, she would pop up the extras, and whenever the copies disappear, she would make the copies go away. Whenever she entered a dark area, she made the entire area dark except the circle around her. When she fell in a pit, sometimes she would make it so that her model would like shrink to emulate falling into a pit. When she used the bird to fly away, she had animation where her bird mascot, I don't know if it's a mascot, would come off the side of the screen, grab her model, and drag her off the screen. And then when she would land, she would return from the left side of the screen on the bird and then be put back in place. Or say, you would shrink and become a tiny Link. She had animation for that, where she would shrink, have like pixelated, or not pixelated, very tiny Cecilia, to have like a little speed bubble with a pixelated Cecilia. And whenever when Link got big again, she would make herself normal size. Like, she made everything interesting. And that's the thing that I like about Cecilia. Now, granted, the only thing I've really watched from Cecilia is Menace Overcap, or Menace Overcap? Overcap? I read Hates Overkill comment, and it blended in with Menace Cap, so it became Menace Overcap. But, yeah, Menace Cap is the only stream I've seen of Cecilia's. But, like, it was interesting. It's like, she went above and beyond what any of the other Hollow members would have done. Because she would she would activate each of these while playing. So, this included during boss fights. Like the final boss, she would do all of this gimmick while also fighting the final boss. Which, I will tell you, that is some dedication. I don't even know if that's, on Nintendo Switch Online. I think you have to buy the, extra stuff for, GBA and N64 in order to, don't you need to buy the GBA extra? Like, it's an extra cost if a Nintendo Switch Online? Oh, it's a GameCube game? Yeah, I don't have the money for that, so, you know. But yeah, Menace Cap was a really, really great game. Would I ever go back to it? I don't know if I ever would, honestly. I don't think I ever would go back to it, mostly because there's all these other games I'm trying to get to. But yeah, overall, when I look at the, GBA, honestly, I would put the GBA down here. It's a solid game, console. It has solid, games on it. But I still think that the PS2 has better games than the, GBA. You know what? No, GBA is here simply for the fact that it's a very solid portable console. I think the GBA might be one of the better, is it one of the best portable consoles? I don't know. It's hard for me to say because I never touched the console itself, but I have seen it. My sister does own one. And, you know what? I am going to put it here. Because while it is a very solid console for portable gaming, but, I think the big issue for me with the GBA is the screen size. That is the problem for me, because people with bad eyes, like me, they're gonna have trouble seeing that screen. Because that screen is tiny. Now, it's not like the, it's not like, say, Game Boy. The Game Boy screen is even worse. That's why the Game Boy is like, where's the Game Boy? That's why Game Boy's down here. 3DS also, I can't speak on, because I never touched the console, and I only played, like, a couple games. They make magnifiers you can hack. Again, keep in mind, Rory, I never really touched the console. I don't know much about the console. I know about the games, but the console itself, not so much. I just remember what I saw from, my sister. Now, the next one. Since you brought it up, let's talk about the DS. So, the DS. I'm gonna put it here right now. We're gonna talk about the DS first before we place it anywhere. So, don't hate where I put it as the final, placement. GBA has your favorite Metroidvania. Is that Zero missing? Alright, so the DS. And let's talk about the DS. I've never dealt with the DS myself. So, I don't even know what the DS is like. Lack of lighting. Yeah, like I said, the GBA, honestly, it would be really hard for me to see. And also, I don't even think you can stream from Game Boy Advance very easily, right? Like, I don't think you can at all. Oh. Oh. Because the SP is like tiny? Oh god. Yeah, that would be bad for me, because my hands will cramp up really, really badly. And I'm sure, here's the thing. And this is also why I don't play keyboard and mouse. My hands cramp up real badly. If I don't have a controller, my hands don't work properly. Why? I don't know. This is a problem I had with the PSP when I played the PSP from time to time from a buddy. If I recall, a buddy of mine let me borrow his PSP to play Dissidia or something. I don't remember. But my hands just don't work with handhelds at all. It's a problem I had with the Wii and the Switch with the Wiimote and the Joy-Cons, and why I wanted to get a Pro controller for the Switch. My hands don't work with them. They don't work with Joy-Cons and Wiimote very well. So right now, the DS is going to be in the B rank. I don't know the console, so I can't speak of the console. I can speak on the games, though. All of the games I played for the DS are from Forbidden Technology, so keep that in mind. By the way, I can go extra long today. There's no extra stream. So, yeah, we can probably finish this today, hopefully. Unless I decide to do something personal, which, who knows? I might. Hate knows all about that, but hate, don't mention that in the chat, please. So, let's talk about the game. And we're gonna talk about some of the games that we've done before. Yeah, the HUD screen gimmick is, good. That's one of the things I'm gonna talk about with some of these games. And it's also why it's probably in the B here. Chrono Trigger DS. Let's talk about Chrono Trigger DS. So we talked about Chrono Trigger way back on PlayStation. The Chrono Trigger DS is the best version of Chrono Trigger. However, Chrono Trigger DS do not do the extra content. Here's the problem, and I mentioned this with the GBA ports. Here's the problem with Square and extra content. They're always bad. In every single game they add extra content, it's always bad. And you will see this in other versions of DS games, and we'll go over that in a little bit. But yeah, Chrono Trigger DS, best version of the game. I think it got rid of Frog's Old English, which is the same, because that made Frog unique. But, you know, nobody else in Chrono Trigger was talking that way in 600 AD, so it's like, why is it that a lot of these games, they have that one character who speaks in a very specific way, but then nobody else in the game speaks that way? Or, you know, they look that way. Like, I mean, Frog's a frog, but, like, nobody else in the hierarchy of Chrono Trigger spoke like Frog did. Why? It's 600 AD. You would think that everyone would be speaking the way Frog speaking. Or, you know, a lot of people would be. But no, it's just Frog. It's like that in, Final Fantasy V for the, PlayStation. Barris is the only one that speaks in pirate speak. None of the pirates, if I recall, speak that way, right? It's like, how did anyone understand what Barris was saying? How did anyone understand what Frog was saying? And I brought up how there's like that one character that feels different from everyone else. And that's going back to SNES and Secret of Mana. Like, nobody else really looked like Prim. Like, Prim was like the only character with like pointy ears. I don't recall any other character in Secret of Mana having elf ears or looking like Prim. I could be mistaken. It might have been others that looked like her, but I don't remember. And yeah, I like Ye Old Frog. It added charm to him. It's kind of why I like the Frog. Like, Frog is like my favorite Chrono Trigger character. Frog, Marl. I already talked about Marl, but Marl kind of dropped in like over the years. And Magus. I like Magus. Magus is a great character in my opinion. Even though you don't really get to know Magus very well compared to all other characters. You prefer SNES? I mean, SNES and DS are basically the same. In all honesty, I guess you could just play the SNES version. Excuse me. Now, it was not made very well gameplay-wise. Secret of Mana had a lot of problems gameplay-wise. Let's talk about a game. Hey guys, you ready for a game? Here is a game that I believe I did on stream. I believe I did this on stream. And it was a game that made me very, very angry. Let me make sure this is a game I did on stream. It is a game I did on stream. How many of you remember the days of Super Mario 64 DS? Does anyone remember that stream? That version of the game, yeah, the original is much better. Trying to play the DS version felt so bad. The controls were so bad in the DS version. And if you want to do all the extra stuff, oh my god. The extra stuff was so bad. Well, I mean, there was a mod that gave you 8 directions. I was able to get to work with 8 directions. Yeah, you couldn't really swap, quick swap between characters. And like, there was no reason to use like Wario. There was no reason to really use like Yoshi. Like, Luigi was the best character, really. Luigi broke the game so hard, really. As Luigi is wont to do. But like, compared to the original, just trying to move and do stuff felt bad. Like, it felt like worse than the original. And let me tell you, when I redid Super Mario 64 on stream, when I did the Switch version, I remember being miffed about the movement, so I just added on to that. I think this was before I did the Switch version for Super Mario 64. I can't remember which came first. But yeah, the DS version, I wouldn't play it. I would stick with the original. The original was much, much better. Technically, these are remakes, but I'm gonna mention them. Fire Emblem, New Mystery of the Emblem, and Fire Emblem, Zatsudan. These are remakes of Fire Emblem Fire Emblem 3, Book 1, and Fire Emblem 3, Book 2. I believe these were one of my earliest Fire Emblem games, and I do plan on doing these on stream at some point. Do keep in mind, if I do, I'm gonna have maps open. Because, finding the hidden item, and in, Zatsudan, or, New Mystery, getting all of these Zodiac pieces is a chore. And finding all the hidden shops and all that stuff. It really makes stuff hidden in Fire Emblem. Yeah, but you know, GameCube controllers are kinda, you know, bad for my thumb. But yeah, I don't know how a Fire Emblem stream is gonna go. I don't know, how Fire Emblem streams are gonna go. Because I'm... Busted character in OC... Yeah, the like... You do get a busted, main character, OC, in the Fire Emblem DS games. He is super busted. Are they? Well, here's the thing. If I were to do a Fire Emblem stream, the problem is, I would probably reset if I lost anyone. Because I don't like losing characters. And I like to see the true ending, you know, with everyone alive. That's any Fire Emblem game, if I were to stream any of them. Right now we're talking about the 2DS Fire Emblem games. Zatsudan and New Mystery. Oh, okay. New Mystery of the Emblem, I have an English patch for, because it's, Japanese only. So we will be doing the, English patch. I do plan at some point doing the, support conversations for those games, like I did for, Fire Emblem 7 and 8. Yeah, that's how you have to get both of them. You are correct, Hate. But you can use a revive in a stage that requires the second one to get the first one back. So you can still give them both. But yeah, I might do both those on stream at some point. They're probably gonna take a long game slot because let's be real. They're very long games. They're all long games. Okay, as long as say like RPG. It can be. They honestly can be. Okay, as long as a Persona game, hell no. Hell no, they're not. Okay, as long as a Xenoblade game, no sir. It is RPG. It's a strategy RPG. You're correct. You are correct. It is a SRPG, technically. But yeah, I enjoyed both of them. Zatsudan did feel a little bit stiff. New Mystery was a lot better. I know I'm not even at the halfway point. I'm not even at the quarter way point. I am using turn-based JRPG. You say that, but I played the East series. Is East considered RPG? Okay, East is considered RPG. I played Kingdom Hearts. I've played Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yes, okay. I'm sure I've played other games. I played the Halo series. Halo's isn't turn-based. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. Let's talk about these two games. Okay? These are games. Okay? These are very, very much a video game. They are... Hold on. Hold on. There we go. This is the appropriate mood for me. So, what games do you think that are remakes or remasters that would make me very, very angry? Yes. So, let's talk about game number 1. The first time this came out in English. Final Fantasy III DS. Let us talk about how this version of the game is really, really not that great. Final Fantasy III in general is not a super good game, I feel. It is very, very vague in what you have to do sometimes. The job system does not feel very good. I believe the DS version also implemented a system where if you change jobs, you are weak. You get lowered stats until you've done enough fights at that job and get rid of that debuff. And can I just say boss fights are BS? They made bosses worse in the DS version than in the original. And it starts being really bad at Salamander. So, in the original version, Salamander has 2 moves. It has a regular attack, if I recall, and it has Fire Breath. Fire Breath is an AoE that is almost a party wipe. Almost. That's what makes the fight so bad, right? So, why is Salamander worse in the DS version? Can you guess why? This is a thing that the original didn't do until much later in the game. They started doing this with, I think, Medusa or Salamander. What if I told you bosses start doing double attacks? So, you know what that means? You find Salamander. The AI for enemies are almost the same as in the original. Attacks are almost the same as in the original. What if I told you that Salamander can double Fire Breath in the same turn? What do you think happens if he does 2 Fire Breaths at the same turn? That usually results in a party wipe. And there's nothing you can really do about it a lot of times. Yeah. Because turn order in Final Fantasy III, I don't know how turn order works. I really don't. I have zero idea. Sometimes the white mage may go first. Sometimes the white mage will go last. Sometimes the enemy will go before you. Sometimes the enemy goes, like, in between some other character. I don't know. I don't know how agility works. I don't know how... You say speed, but, like, it doesn't make any sense. To me. And later in the game, some bosses will triple attack. They will actually start doing triple attacks. Also, it makes the final boss worse. If you don't have ribbons, you basically lose. You basically outright lose if you don't have the 4 ribbons for the final dungeon. Because guess what the final boss will do? If the original the final boss was only the final boss. And it would only do particle beam. If the DS version, particle beam is almost the party wipe, but it does other things. And it has the left tentacle and the right tentacle as enemies. And if I recall, they revive even if you kill them. And can you guess what the tentacles do? They have like Virago, Blizzica, Thunderga, but that's not what makes them bad. They also have bad breath. Keep in mind, there's no Malboro in FF3. The final boss has bad breath. If you do not have ribbons, that character's pretty much done. No blue in FF3 either, yeah. Blue Max didn't start until FF5. And some regular enemies, I believe, late in the game will also start double attacking too. It's not very well done. Also, you're never gonna fight the super boss in FF3 DS. I'm just saying that right now, because that involves having to do Magnet, which is an online only thing. So no Iron Giant for most people. So I've never even fought Iron Giant. I do not know how tough Iron Giant is. Also, they added new ultimate weapons you get only when a job class gets to level 99. Which takes freaking forever. And it's for every job class, I believe. SMP Dragon Quest makes you accustomed to BS. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I had a BS moment happen in, Persona. I think you were there for that when I fought the, last boss of, Block 2. The, statue thing. Yeah. And that's just part of BS. We haven't gotten to the actual BS. Disruption Wave, oh god. I think I remember that from Dragon Quest 11. Alright! The next game is also a game. By the way, expect Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy 3 DS at some point. It will happen. I will do my best and not get angry, but no promises. The next game made me very, very, very angry. So angry. I appreciate that they tried to make the game harder, but I feel like they overdid it by so much. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Yes, Hate. Hate got it. Final Fantasy 4 DS. The augment system was unique. It was interesting. New Game Plus was interesting. Although you only got like 2 extra New Game Pluses for some reason. I don't know why they limit him to New Game Plus. But the game was BS. The game was outright BS. Bosses and enemies were overtuned. Some regular enemies would just outright wipe you, and there's nothing you can do. Power of Shot and Power of Battle both were bad. Flamehounds and Frost Bees. Yeah, I know our SNES version was easy mode, but like, they overdid it with the DS version. Like, when the enemies can outright almost party wipe you in one turn, off of one attack, and they spam that attack, and you can run into groups of enemies, of the same enemies, like 3 flame bees. Like, oops, you lose, sorry. There's nothing you can do, you lose. And it's so easy to just die, because they're common enemies. It's like, who thought that was a good idea to put enemies that just outright kill you? And let's not talk about the final dungeon. Like, if you do not have Elemental Absorb gear, you're gonna die. Because those enemies hit stupidly hard. That's not on the DS, hate. That's not on the DS, so we're not acknowledging that. But, like, so many regular enemies just outright kill you in the DS version. When you leave the first castle, and the very first enemy you fight can petrify both of your characters, and there's no nice way to cure petrify, that's a problem. Like, the very first enemies of the game you can fight can inflict petrify. Like, why? You're introducing petrify at the start of the game? Like, bro, no. And gold needles are, like, expensive. Like, no, that's bad. That's bad game design. What's good game design is how they balanced abilities. Like, slow is actually slow. Protect and sell, they're actually protect and sell. Bio got nerfed a little bit, but Bio is still amazing. Ninjutsu got more abilities, if I recall. Dark Wave doesn't exist, if I recall. If I recall, Dark Wave got replaced by Darkness, which, at the cost of some HP, it makes your physical attack stronger, or is it your next physical attack? So it's a physical attack buff that costs HP. It's kind of like the attack buff in Persona, I suppose. It's like that, if I recall. And it stacks with focus. Paladin... Cecil as a paladin is actually really good. Because if I recall, you could get, like, cover is very useful, if I recall. And with the augment system, it makes Cecil really nice. Because you can give Cecil HP plus 50%. Cecil also gets something that is not in the original. I think in DS, he gets an additional command, which is draw attacks. So he can use draw attacks and make all attacks go to him. Which is like, oh my god, he can actually provoke. He can provoke. Guys, Cecil can provoke. Of course, this means every attack is going to Cecil, so you have to make sure Cecil doesn't die. Edward is still bad, but Edward got buffed a little bit. You can choose what songs you want to play. And if I recall, you can also get new songs like Haste Bards and Hogue Song. So he got a few extra things, but like Edward is still bad. Windcast got buffed. When you get Windcast as an augment, if you give it to Cecil and Rosa, you get unique spells. If I recall, they could get Bravery, Faith, and Ultima. Ultima is an ability, and they have Ultima as one of their Windcast abilities. Is it worth using? Not really. Kane is still Kane. Kane is still just the same. If you get the Phoenix augment, that works very nicely on Kane. Because he has 0 MP. Give Kane like a Soma drop. And give him a little MP. And there you go. Also, the super bosses in Final Fantasy IV DS. Let me just say, I never beat them. I have never beat them. They are BS. They are absolute BS. Garyon is awful. Garyon basically outright kills you. I got hit once fighting him at level 80, I think. And he did like 13,000 damage. And I'm like, what? 13,000? Are you joking? Nani? And I did like Proto Babel, which you can only do on the second playthrough. Same with Garyon. Don't fight Proto Babel. Proto Babel is dumb. He is the epitome of bad boss design. Like, when he can hit the higher party for 9999 damage, that's bad. Yeah, it's Yang. I don't remember if Yang got buffed or not. But yeah, super boss is bad. Also, if you want to get no encounters is a thing. Have fun. Because you gotta get a 1 in 256 drop item from a clan. And it's awful. I did get legitimately, but it took like 8 hours of constantly fighting clans to get the item. It was not fun. They only had the SNES, our version of Ceramis. By the way, they buffed Ceramis. They made Ceramis worse. So, in non-DS version of FF4, Big Bang usually hits around 2,000 damage, right? So you usually want to be around level 60, 65 with everyone. Have enough HP to survive Big Bang. You cannot do that in the DS version. You need to be at least level 80 or higher in order to fight Ceramis. You wanna know why? Big Bang is why. So, I said that Big Bang did 2,000 damage roughly in the non-DS version, right? How much do you think Big Bang does in the 3D versions? In the DS version? How much damage do you think it does? It does double the damage it does in all the other versions. double the damage. It's just like, bro, 4,000 damage at the party. Give me a second. It's like, really? When I first saw that, it's like, dude, 4,000? Like, I had to use elixirs to heal people because Rosa wasn't healing fast enough. Like, Rosa could not heal faster than Ceramus was doing damage. It was legitimately bad. Also, speaking of hidden summons, there was also White, which was unique to 3D persons, but like, who uses White? White is like, meh, it's White. So yeah, that's Final Fantasy IV DS. I still think 2D persons are better than 3D persons, but that's just me. That's just me. They also introduced a couple new statuses in 3D persons. Like, Zap is an actual status, Bubble, Faith, Bravery, those all new. They didn't really introduce too much new way of default abilities. Let's move on to the next game. Let's talk about Final Fantasy 12. Revenant Wings. This game. I am not a fan of this game. Let me tell you, this is one of those games that I'm not sure if I will ever do on stream. Because it's so awkward to do on stream. It really is. So, I played this with Forbidden Technology, right? Yes, 12 has the RTS game. That's what Revenant Wings is. It's a sequel to FF12. It's an RTS game. I don't like RTS games. But I get it because I'm supposed to be an FF master. So, here's what made this game so difficult. On Forbidden Technology, I was going between two different ways. What do I mean? I was using mouse for some of the things. I was using my controller for other parts of the thing. Do you know how awkward it is having one hand with a mouse and the other hand with a controller? That's how you have to do Final Fantasy 12 Revenant Wings. Unless there's some kind of mod for it, which I don't know. I don't know. If there is, someone let me know. Because trying to play it that way is definitely awful. And I never 100%ed that game. Because, I couldn't beat Gilgamesh. I legit could not beat Gilgamesh. And I didn't want to take the time to grind. Because grinding in that game was so bad. And here's where the fun is. Okay. The fun time. The optional dungeon is Midlight Steep. Sound familiar? Does Midlight Steep sound familiar? It should. It's from Final Fantasy Tactics. It's the optional dungeon for Final Fantasy Tactics. Who do you think is the final boss of Midlight Steep? anyone that's played Final Fantasy, well, will immediately know who the Super Boss is. And it's one of the reasons why I don't want to 100% the game. What if I told you the Super Boss is Yasmin? I don't want to fight Yasmin ever again. And in an RTS setting, I really don't want to fight Yasmin again. I really don't. And there's one more Super Boss. So if I recall, if you get any character at level 99, guess what happens? The final boss will now be level 99 permanently. Really? You're gonna make the final boss level 99 permanently if you get anyone to level 99. And it doesn't even change the ending. The ending is still the same if you do that, so it's like, why? Like, that's awful. I would not recommend this game unless you like FPS game or not FPS. RTS games. I'm getting my genres mixed up. And even then, it's like, it's not that great. Characters are butchered. Nobody likes Gone. Gone is even worse in this game. Well, actually, Gone is a little bit better, if I recall. But it's still Gone. Alright. Kirby Squeak Squad. It wasn't a bad game. It was an okay game. In all honesty. Like, I really don't have a whole lot to say about Squeak Squad. It was okay. And the sad thing is, I don't remember it too much. I don't even know if I 100% of the game. In all honesty. It might have been one of those games. It might have been in an era where I just didn't care about 100%ing anymore because, let's be real, 100%ing games just don't feel that good anymore. It doesn't feel worth it. It's like, I could get 100% the game, or I can move on to the next game and get more experiences, you know? There's Mario Kart DS. I'm gonna be real, I don't remember the Mario Kart games anymore. It's been so long. So I cannot talk about Mario Kart DS, like, at all. If I recall, it was okay. It's a Mario Kart game. I mean, there's a difference with shoot-em-ups. Like, Ho-Ho games are a little bit different in that, I mean, Dragon Quest XI. See, here's the thing. Post-game is different from 100%. Oh, you're talking... I mean, that's a little bit different. Like, I had extra story and stuff to it. Now, trying to 100% something like, say, Hyrule Warriors, I don't remember if there was extra story with that. Maybe in the second game, first game, not so much. Or trying to 100% like, say, any of the Final Fantasy games, really. There's usually no reason to 100% a Final Fantasy game, like, ever. Dragon Quest XI had extra stuff to do. Genius of Sapphiros had extra stuff to do. So, there was a reason to 100% those games. And with Dragon Quest XI, I still didn't do everything. I didn't do all the accolades. And I wasn't going to. I mean, there's really no post-game in, FF games. Like, there's no extra story stuff. It's all just like, yeah, there's no real post-game. Unless you're referring to, like, the super bosses, which, isn't really post-game. They're there before you beat the game. Like, nothing in the FF games require you to beat the game before you have to do anything else. Except, like, FF7 Remake. You have to beat the game in order to do something else in Remake, if I recall. Handful of Time? Did you have to beat the game to unlock Handful of Time in FF1? Yeah, I guess you did have to. No, you're right. FF1 you have to do that. FF2, FF4, yeah, you have to beat the game in order to unlock that. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. I was referring to the original. I forgot about the GBA content. Because, I tried to forget about the GBA content. By the way, how's my speaking? Am I keeping, my speaking good? I will be right back. I need to go check out Doggo, so give me just a second. I also need to hydrate a little because my throat is dying. So give me a second. I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, I am back! Oh, it was PSP. Was it PSP? What was it, the GBA then? The GBA was, all the other dungeons, right? There was like 4 of them. And they were like for FF1 through 5. Or, FF2 through 6, rather. I think that was the GBA one. Alright, so Mega Man CX. This was definitely an interesting little Mega Man game. It was like a Metroidvania Mega Man game. It was really, really confusing to get around, if I recall. I think there was a super boss in there, but I don't think I actually ever fought it. I could be wrong. I don't remember if it was, Omega or not Omega. Was it Omega? It might have been Zero. I don't remember. I think I might... No, wait. Did I fight? I think I fought... I remember fighting someone like that and just absolutely destroying them. I think. But yeah, Mega Man CX was okay. It was definitely different compared to some other games I was playing. And it was basically just a Metroidvania, but with Mega Man. And then we get to New Super Mario Bros. I do not like the DS version of New Super Mario Bros. I think that the console version of New Super Mario Bros. Is a lot better than the DS version. I feel like the DS version had worse control. Oh yeah, it did, because I had to use like I had to use the mouse for something, which that was not fun. Whenever you have to use the mouse or the controller, it's usually very bad. But overall, it wasn't too terrible. But I think I prefer the console version a lot more. And then we have Super Princess Peach. Now, that was an interesting little game, not gonna lie. That was a very, very interesting game. And that was like the only Peach game until Princess Peach's Showtime. I wonder why they don't have more games for some of these characters. Like, why is there only 2 games now for Peach? Why is there technically 2 games now for Zelda? Well, I guess you could say 3 because Age of Calamity is mostly Zelda, but you know. Why is there like no games for some characters that have been around for so long? Like, Mario has many, of course. Luigi has many. Bowser technically has a game of his own. Technically. It's like shared with Mario and Luigi, but like, he technically has his own, if I recall. Wario has his own. Yoshi has his own. Why does Peach only have 2? It's so weird. Give me just a second. Give me a second. One second. Okay. What else is there? Oh, let's talk about Guilty Gear Dust Strikers. This was a weird Guilty Gear game. Guilty Gear did a lot of experimentation. It really did. And, this Guilty Gear game was really, really experimental. Like, super experimental. It was definitely interesting, I'll say that. It was basically like Guilty Gear Smash. It was kind of hard to play, though, because of the screen size and the way the controls work. It was unique. I just wish it was handled a little better. Also, the AI likes to gang up on you. But, you know, that's the AI. It definitely was interesting. I wonder how that would have been if it was multiplayer. If only me and Hate could play it. If only me and Hate could play that. If only I could play some of these games with some people. That would be great. I really wish I could do more collabs. I wish I could do collabs in general, but I don't know who to reach out to. I am in a Discord with, people, but I don't know how to set up a, collab stream setup yet. I never learned. And B, I don't even know what games I would even want to do. Because I'm kind of limited on the games I can do. So, you know, that's a little bit of a problem. Alright, so, moving on. The last two games. I like both of these games. They're both also kind of annoying to play because I have to use the, mouse for them too. But they're both good games. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time and Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fate. Both these games are really good games, I think. Yeah, that's also why I haven't really collabed with anyone, because I don't know any of these people. But the problem is, I don't know anyone. Like, I really don't know anyone. And I am not very good at putting myself out there and get to know other people. Like, I'm not gonna be like, hey, do you want to collab? Do you want to talk before collabing? I don't know about that, man. Like, that does not seem like a good idea for me. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that, and I'm gonna say this, and I know I probably shouldn't, but I guarantee that my voice is gonna turn off everyone from trying to do a collab, mostly. Maybe not everyone, but it's gonna be a big turn off for most people, just by my voice alone. So I have a feeling that's gonna cause issues with getting collabs at all. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, that's the reality of things. All you can do is keep trying and hoping. And, you know, maybe do something about like I'm trying to do right now. Which is to say, right... You think I overestimate how much people dislike my voice? Are you sure? I've seen plenty of comments about my voice. Like, I've heard plenty of comments about my voice. So, you know. Anyways, Echoes of Time and Ring of Fate. Both are really great games. I think I like Ring of Fate more for the story. Echoes of Time's story isn't bad. It's honestly solid. But I think Ring of Fate has a better story. Now, the gameplay, yeah, some people are jerks, I know. I saw someone on Twitter recently call someone a, called someone pathetic for having an opinion. If the person replied with, well, I won't know why you're saying that if you don't tell me. You know what that person replied with? This isn't a debate. Some people just see other people as pathetic and call them pathetic. And it's just like, wow! That's a real big jerk move there, guy. I'm sure you have a lot of friends. Like, yeah, let's just call people pathetic for no reason. Because they have opinions. Great job, guy. You're making yourself look real good there. Mm-hmm. Good job. But yeah, these two games, highly recommend them. If you go play them through Forbidden Technology, you are gonna have to use the mouse for the Magicite. Magicite and using abilities, you're gonna have to use that mouse for. Which is a little bit of a problem, but you know, if Square would ever release these on modern consoles, that would be great. But you know, that's never gonna happen. And with that, we are done with the DS. Are you joking? It's been 2 hours. I have done the GBA and the DS. How has it been 2 hours? Well, on that note, why don't we talk about the PSP? Let's talk about the PlayStation Portable. Where's my list? So, the PSP. This is the only handheld I've ever dealt with. And this is how I know that my hands don't work well with handhelds. They just don't. They really don't. So, a lot of these games were done through Forbidden Technology. Now, let's talk about the handheld. Now, I was able to see somewhat okay on the PSP. The stick, on the other hand, was a little bit hard to deal with. If only because I think the stick was in a weird placement where I had to move my thumb in a weird way and it would cause issues with my wrist. I mean, the PSP itself is pretty solid. Big enough console, big enough screen. It's just, you know, handheld. Bad for my hand. Let's talk about the games. So, let's talk about the King of Fighters. This is how I did the King of Fighters 94 through 98. You're going to see a lot of the games on the PSP are all ports of games from other systems. If we called the GBA a port system, I think the PSP was even worse. I think the PSP had more ports to it than the GBA. So, KOF 94 through 98. Would I ever want to go back to them? Not really. Not really. If I'm gonna go back to a old King of Fighters, it's probably gonna be 2003, 11. Yeah, it's either gonna be 2003 or 11, and it's probably gonna be 11, because 11's the one I know the best and play the most. They weren't terrible. I mean, 94, 95, 96 were kinda, you know, old, to say the least. They had issues here and there, but, 96, 97, 98, or 97, 98 were okay KOF games. And the final bosses didn't really feel super cheap compared to later KOFs, in my opinion. Golnix could be terrible. Orochi could be terrible. Regal can be terrible. I still think that later KOF bosses were worse. Now, let's talk about Samurai Shodown Anthology, which is Samurai Shodown 1 through 6. I'm going to be real and tell you that I don't think Samurai Shodown is my kind of a series. It's more of a footsies game than anything else, but I don't know. There's something about that just doesn't jive with me. Like, me and Hate did Samurai Shodown 5? And honestly, it just felt really sluggish to play. Like, that's the thing. All of the Samurai Shodown games feel real sluggish to play. Inputs just don't feel like they work half the time. That's probably because I'm not used to doing Samurai Shodown inputs. But like, there were times I was trying to just do crouch, like hold back, down back, and attack, and Nakaruru would do her little on a Mutsume, her slide move. And I'm like, no, I don't want you to slide. Stop sliding. Also, can I just say that the final bosses in Samurai Shodown games? SNK bosses, dude. It's always SNK bosses. Ugh. Moving on, let's talk about Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. I do like Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. I like it more than the original. It does add more to the game. And we get Ingrid, which, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are like, ugh, Ingrid, it's Ingrid. I like Ingrid. SNK bosses, EX Unlimited Edition. Yes, the next fight game is just going to be all SNK bosses. Just SNK bosses. That's all you're going to fight. You're going to fight Geese. You're going to fight Regal. You're going to fight Gao. You're going to fight Neo Geo. You're going to fight the General. Yes, the General will be there. You're going to fight Magaki. You're going to fight, Amakusa. You're going to fight, White. Yes, White. We'll bring White back. Yes, and you have to use Dan Hibiki. Yes, you're only allowed to use Dan Hibiki to fight the SNK bosses. A boss rush of every SNK boss ever. Yeah, pretty much. That's what they will do. And you know what? People would play it. You know who would play it? Justin Wong. I guarantee Justin would do it. And he would beat it. Because he's Justin Wong, man. He is Justin. Let's go, Justin. But, yeah, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. Pretty good game. They give it to just you. No, they give it to just now. But, yeah, Ingrid. How many of you guys care about Ingrid? We talked about her when we talked about Capcom Fighting Evolution. But, yeah, she's a playable character in, Alpha 3 Max. She's not in, in Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. She's only in the PSP version. I still think she's a fine enough character. I see nothing wrong with her myself. But like, so many people hate her for being her. And I know why. We talked about last time, because people think she's a Mary Sue and all that. And think that she's just a Athena clone. I still think she's fine. I think she's unique enough. I don't think she's really that much of an Athena clone. Like, oh boy, she has something that's kind of like Psycho Shot. You only use Sakura? In Street Fighter Alpha 3, I mentioned this before, but I mostly stick with Akuma Blanca. With a little bit Vega. But mostly Akuma. I tried Sayagif, but like... Trying to do Sayagif is so hard, because standard 360s are so freaking difficult. For some reason, even though I know the shortcut. I also use Ryu, I also use, Guile. I tried to use Charlie. I'm not a big fan of using Chun-Li. I don't think Chun-Li really fits my playstyle. In all honesty. Moving on. Power Stone Collection. More ports. There's so many ports of the PSP. So this allows me to play Power Stone and Power Stone 2. So, I do love me some good old Power Stone. Me and Hate were gonna do Power Stone 2 on Fight Cave, but Power Stone 2 is really weird on Fight Cave. I don't know how to get it to work properly, in all honesty. If me and Hate get the Capcom Classic or Capcom 5 Collection 2, which I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, then we can play some Power Stone together. Because we'll have Power Stone 2 then. And we'll be able to do, like, Plasma Sword and some other stuff. But, you know, that's depending on if we get the game or not. But yeah, Power Stone is a fun, silly little game, originally on Dreamcast, if I recall. I don't know if it was an arcade or not. I always used Ryoma, the Samurai, and Rogue, or Ruse. Is it Ruse? I think it's Ruse. You know, the one that's like Son-Hei. We might as well just call her Son-Hei, because it's basically the same design, almost. Those were the two that I used. And I remember I mean, me and Hate are going to be playing Project Justice on the next Boy Brawls. That's going to be off Fight Cave, though, so... That's going to be interesting. I've never played it. I don't know how that works. But, we'll see how it works. We'll see if I even enjoy the game. What else? Well, what if I also there's more ports? How about Final Fantasy 1, 2, 4, and Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions? So, Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 4 are pretty much identical to the GBA versions, except 1 and 2 have extra content on top of the extra content. Why is that? Is she bad? I'm assuming she's bad. But yeah, again, the extra content, not really very good in these ports. Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions, I mean, I do love, Final Fantasy Tactics. War of the Lions? Oh yeah, I did play it. I did that for the wiki. I will be doing that for the stream. So when I do Final Fantasy Tactics for the stream, it will be the PSP version. So we are gonna get to see, Paul Beer. We're gonna get to see Luso. We're gonna get to see, Cloud. We're gonna get to see a bunch of stuff. I will have you know right now, if I do, Final Fantasy Tactics, I'm not sure if I'm gonna grind off screen or not. I'll leave that up in the chat, if I grind off screen or not. And speaking of Final Fantasy, hey guys! Hey guys! Hey. How about Final Fantasy IV Interlude? Final Fantasy IV Interlude is not a very good intermission. It's short enough to bridge the gap between Final Fantasy IV and the after years, but it didn't need to exist. Because guess what? The after years, it did not need to exist at all. And that brings us to Final Fantasy IV, the after years. You want to talk about a bad Final Fantasy? The after years is a bad Final Fantasy. It is not a good game. Your ear? My soul. My soul, son. Final Fantasy IV The After Years is the sequel to Final Fantasy IV that takes place 17 years after the end of Final Fantasy IV. That follows Theodore, which is the son of Cecil and Rosa, and it's very, very fanficky, and it sucks, and its character assassinates everyone for Final Fantasy IV, and it repeats the plot of Final Fantasy IV, and don't play it. Do not play it. It is not a good game. It is a very bad game. It's awful. Don't play it. Save yourself some time and sanity. Just don't. Just don't. Just do not. Do not. Now, we go to Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, which is one of my earlier, actually I think that was my first PSP playthrough on the channel, was this game. And this was back when I was having trouble recording anything, because the old computers were like, you know, old. They didn't have enough power to play PSP games without like stuttering all the time. That's how bad the computer was. It couldn't play Crisis Core without stuttering. Crisis Core is an interesting game. It's a prequel to Final Fantasy VII that follows Zack Fair. You know, that one character you hear about every now and then in FF7 that you don't really see except for like a hidden cutscene near the end of the game that you have to go back to a random location and you can trigger the cutscene, and you wouldn't even know about this scene normally because there's no reason to ever go back there. Yeah, that guy. I think that the story is okay. Like, they could have done more with the story, I feel. Genesis is a wasted villain. Like, he's just annoying. He's not a good villain. Sephiroth is a better villain than Genesis. Sephiroth is a much better villain than Genesis. Like, what even is Genesis trying to do? So, he's trying to cure himself of a disease, basically. And that's all he's really trying to do. So, if all he's trying to do is cure himself of his degradation, and that's all we know, do we even know what else Genesis was trying to do? Like, is that all the guy was trying to do, was cure himself? Like, I'm trying to stop and think of what even was the plot? Like, what was even Genesis' real motive? Like, I don't even know what his real motive, what was the deal with this guy? I don't know. I have zero idea. I will say they did a good job on building up Sephiroth. They humanized Sephiroth a lot more, which made him a little bit more likable, I think. Like in FF7, Sephiroth was kind of just, you know, dry, in my opinion. Like, he wasn't bad, but he was kind of really dry cut. But I feel that Crisis Core built up his personality. And it makes you realize, oh, Sephiroth was just a dude before he went, you know, and did the things he did. Now, granted, I believe they retconned some of the stuff in Rebirth, because, you know, Genesis is not allowed anymore, I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure they can't use Genesis whatsoever. I say this even though Crisis Core Reunion happened, which is kind of odd when you think about it, because they released that game, but they don't really follow that game for a lot of that game for later versions of FF7. But yeah, Zack was a great character. I loved Zack. Zack was so good. Aerith? Aerith was okay. I mean, she kinda was a little bit dry. Like, she wasn't as, like, witty as in FF7, I feel. She was okay, though. Sung, they gave Sung a pretty good personality. Elena was okay. We didn't really see Reno and Rue that much, I don't think. Angel was kinda dry cut, honestly. The gameplay was kinda monotonous. Like, it's basically the same exact fight, effectively, until you get into a layer of the game where enemies start becoming, you know, BS. And it kind of becomes more of the same fight when you get Goblin Punch, and you only use Goblin Punch because Goblin Punch is God mode. Like, there's no reason not to use Goblin Punch. And you combine that with, like, Trifunga, Hmmm, Full Cure, and it's just like, you don't die, man. Until you do, because the game will cheat you out with instant death. Or, you know, one-hit kills, courtesy of the Khadgar. Or, you know, Minerva. They did try to add a few extra game mechanics in Reunion. I'll talk about Reunion right now. They did try to add a few extra things in the PS4 version. Like the Buster Sword stance mode, which didn't really add much. It acted a little bit, but you never really used it because there was no reason to. I feel like everything else in Reunion was the same, pretty much. It did make it a little bit easier to get some stuff. If you get enough missions, you will get rewarded items and materia. And that kind of broke the game a little bit. If you knew how to do the missions, you could break the game super easily. Like, I don't think the game is made around the missions. You can do missions as soon as you get to the Cimarron headquarters, and you can break the game almost immediately that way. Because the main story's not that difficult, in all honesty. Also, hard mode, I wouldn't recommend playing hard mode. The only real difference is they get more HP, and, you know, that's not really that much of a difference. It just means fights take, like, twice, 3 times as long. So, like, going far with hard mode, that's really the only difference. Let's talk about the City of Duodecim. So this was a game I was somewhat excited for when I played it. But ultimately, I feel like it's a game that ended up frustrating me more than being fun. Especially later on, when the AI was being really, really, really stupid. And would just read everything you do. It just instantly kill you all the time. And it's like, oh my god, the AI! It was so bad at the end. It was so bad. And, let me just put this here. I did use cheat codes near the end to get everyone to level 100 and to get all the equipment. Because it was just taking so long to level up and to get all the equipment. It was like, dude, and not to mention to learn all the abilities. It was too much. It was way too much. And find Feral Chaos fair and square, have fun with that. It's doable, but it's really annoying. I didn't really want to deal with it, so I used Yuna for like 90% of it. I couldn't Heathus try, but Heathus couldn't even get a single hit on him. My brain had a brain fart there, sorry about that. Like, I appreciate all the characters in it. I just wish that, you know, the game was a little bit more engaging. Because it did get pretty repetitive, using the same, like, 6 moves. Like, you had your default circle, you had an up move, a down move, and a left and right move. So there's default, up, down, left, right. So there's 4 on one. And then on the other one you had square, up square, down square, left, right square. So you had 8 moves the entire fight. Which isn't very engaging for a fighting game. Especially when a lot of moves are just bad. Like, you don't want to use a lot of moves because they just suck. It's what makes some characters just bad. Like, Hera, honestly, isn't really that good. I like using her, but she's not that good. She's slow, her moves are easy to avoid, and she's just, there's nothing she can really do if the opponent gets in her face. Like, say, Jet, Sagan, Cloud, Squall. She dies to them. She can't really fight them very well. Because they're just in her face 24/7. And she has no up-close tools. Moving along, let's talk about Castlevania, the Dracula X Chronicles. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Let me cry. Hey, do you remember that game? Do you remember Dracula X Chronicles at all? If you remember Dracula X Chronicles, it's like a update to quote unquote update to Wrongdoing of Blood, but a worse version of wait, is that the one that had the holes in the final fight? That was the 3D version of the SNES version that we got, right? Or was it a remake of Rondo? I don't remember which one. One of the versions I played had a pitfall. Like, the final boss with Dracula had, like, instant death pits everywhere. And it was really, really bad. I think it was that one I played. There was a 3D one and there was a 2D one. I think I played both of them on that version. And it was frustrating. And then there is Darkstalkers Chronicles. I remember this game actually being frustrating. Mostly because the AI is a teen little jerk. Especially when you fight some AI, like, I don't know Felisa. I do not like fighting Felisa. Felisa is a pain in the butt. And Jaga is a little bit rough. But I think the worst one is probably Dimitri or Morrigan. I'm not sure. But, you know, Darkstalker. It's a fine game. Not much to say about it. If you played Street Fighter, it's basically Street Fighter but with, you know, monsters. Also, it's fun with Dimitri, you know? Come on, baby. Let's play. Come on, baby. As the SBC Chaos Dimitri would say. We have... Oh god, I forgot this one. How many of you remember Guilty Gear Judgment? Guilty Gear Judgment is a beat-em-up. It's kind of like Guilty Gear Isuka, but a better version. Guilty Gear Judgment was a pretty solid game, honestly. I remember having issues with the game. The audio would cut out every now and then, so I had to restart the game in order for it to give audio back. I used a file in order to unlock all the characters, because I wanted to use Dizzy. And everyone has their own story. It was a solid beat-em-up. Like, I would actually recommend trying it, hey. If you have not tried Guilty Gear Judgment, give it a try. It's actually pretty solid. Now, a couple bosses are going to be a big pain in the butt. I'm just going to put that out there. But it's a very solid game. It can be pretty hard, too, not gonna lie. It's a roguelike beat-em-up Blaze Blue. I remember that. That's a weird genre to go with, for, a fighting game. So, the next game, let's talk about more Kingdom Hearts. So, let's talk about Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix. It is an okay game. That is all I can say. The biggest issue with Birth by Sleep, aside from having to do 3 characters, yeah, Final Mix acted in a few things, like the Coliseum and stuff. If I recall, excuse me. I think it also acted in a Mysterious Figure. Yeah, you can easily break the game in half if you knew what to do. You can get Mega Player so early, if I recall. You can get a lot of stuff super early. Once more, second chance. But here's the problem to me. A lot of the times in Birth by Sleep, you're just redoing stuff like 2-3 times. Like, you're basically just redoing what you did with other characters, almost. And that's not really that interesting. Like, I understand what they're trying to go with, hey, these characters are, their paths are intertwined. So, it would make sense that they, would do similar things, but it happens a lot. I think it happened less with Aqua. It was either Aqua or Hera, but it still happened enough. Hello, Region. We are just talking about, various consoles and games today. We are talking about Kingdom Hearts. That sounds like it's very early in the morning. It's currently 6 p.m. for me. What time is it for you? Sounds like it's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning for you. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. A lot of the stories kind of, you know, intertwine with one another. The super bosses going far. I mean, I did all the super bosses. I've 100% of the game. They're not worth it. Like, most Kingdom Hearts super bosses are generally not worth it. They're really not. They're just more frustrating than anything else. Especially since if you want a 100% the game, you have to do it 3 times. And doing it with Hera is awful. Favorite console model is PS1 original, PS2. I like the PS1 and PS2. They're probably one of my favorite consoles, as you can see. I still think SNES probably is the best out of all the consoles I have here, but, you know. But yeah, fighting, mysterious figure, Benita's Remnant, Armored Masker, Armored, Heartless One, all of them, not really worth it. You're not really gonna get much. This is where I say doing 100% playthroughs usually doesn't, it's usually not worth it unless there's, story stuff. Kingdom Hearts, you don't really have to deal with that. PSP? I mean, PSP isn't bad. It has some pretty solid stuff. A lot of the stuff I played were ports, though. I didn't really play any of the PSP originals. I actually don't even know how many originals were for the PSP, to be honest. Alright, the next game we're gonna talk about is Mega Man Powered Up. I said talk about Nintendo DS. I am 50-50 on the DS myself. Mostly because my hands don't work with handhelds. And I mean, I haven't played that many DS games either, so I may have to try more DS games in the future. Mega Man Powered Up. I do not remember anything about Mega Man Powered Up. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember anything about it, so I can't really talk about Mega Man Powered Up. I believe that's the more chibi game. It had Oil Man and Time Man, I think. But I don't remember much about the game itself. Chibi Mega Man 1. Yeah, like I said, I don't remember it much. Let's move on to Ys Origin. Now this game is a game I would recommend to people. It was a bit hard to OG. Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember it being harder. Ys Origin. There's 3 different stories. You have to unlock story 2 and 3. So it is basically playing through the game 3 times. But there is different story. And different play characters. Granted, you're probably going to be doing story 1 and 3 about the same with the characters. It is a very solid action RPG. I do like Unica. Unica was a great character. And I do like Ray and Fina. I have trouble remembering their names, and I don't know why. I do like their designs a lot. They have very pretty designs. And their characters were okay. Gallus. Gallus was a silly guy. Gallus was a very silly villain overall. And the story it does a good job of building up who Ys 1 and 2. If I recall, Gallus technically was the final boss of 1 and 2, wasn't he? I think. If I recall, Gallus was part of the main plot of Ys 1 and 2. I think there was I could have sworn that the magician chick, I can't remember her name, was a big part of 2. But yeah, Ys Origin, play it! Great action RPG. Spin to win. Again, let's talk about Ys, the Oath of Belgana. I remember this game making me kind of frustrated. I think this was my first, Ys game. It was here, yeah, I think Oath of Belgana was my first Ys game, so, I wasn't used to Ys at this point. Oath of Belgana and Ark of Nakato's are both very solid games. Honestly, all of the Ys games are very solid, in my opinion. So, I would say give them all a try. They're all very solid games. Even 1 and 2. Despite how ancient those games are. I do think I don't know if I like Ark more than Oath or vice versa. They're both very solid games. You play Adol in both of them as you normally do. You usually play Adol in the Ys series. Man, I don't remember games very much anymore. I do remember Oath having that Night Guy. And that Night Guy gave me ire and no end. I can't remember his name. I'm just gonna call him Kevin. His name is now Kevin. I just remember Kevin giving me so much trouble when I fought him. But that was also because I refused to level up. And I didn't realize at the time how much levels actually matter. Levels are super important in Ys. And that is something I learned later on. I don't know if it was in Ark of Nakato's or in Origin that I learned that. But yeah, +1 to a stat, very important. Who would guess? I'm so used to having like +10 or +14 or whatever plus in stat, not +1. If I see a +1 in a stat in any other game, I'm like, eh. It's kind of why I'm not sure in Persona if a +1 to a stat is super good or not. I have no idea. And I'm like, well, Ys was really big on +1 stats. Is Persona? Or is a +1 to attack meaningful at all? I don't know. So yeah, Oath of Belgana and Ark of Nakato's both very good games. Very solid. I can't really think of anything really bad about, aside from like a couple of bosses, but you know, video games, they usually have some very bad bosses. And lastly, the last PSP game. I say game, but they're games, and they are ports. They are Metal Slug Anthology. In fact, I mean like 7 Metal Slug games. Let me just say, I'm glad that I played it on the PSP and not the original. Because, you know what it goes with limited continues? I don't know, man. It sounds like a bad idea. because they were pretty hard. They were honestly really, really difficult. I don't know how much harder they are with an extra person. Probably a little bit harder. Maybe it's a little easier because you have an extra person doing damage. So bosses will go down a lot faster. Maybe. But yeah, that is... I don't know which Metal Slug I like. I think Metal Slug 4 or 6 were good. But they all caused a lot of problems. I didn't get as angry with them. Because, you know, I had unlimited continues. So I didn't have to worry about if I played bad or not. I still tried, but, you know, sometimes the game's like, no, die. And you're like, bleh. Bleh. And you die. That just happened. So my final verdict of the PSP, judging from the games I have played, is going to remain at B. It's a solid game console. If I recall, you can actually see the screen very well. It has a lot of good games on it. It has a lot of ported games on it. So if you missed out on a lot of games in the past, you can play on there. And you can play on the go. However, I still think the PlayStation 2 have better games. And I think there's a lot more better games of the PS2 than the PSP. And I still think the SNES is still the king. Let's move on to... We're gonna go in order now. Let's go in order. GameCube. I have played on the GameCube. Let me find my GameCube list. However, what if I told you I have not played the GameCube very much? I have played the GameCube proper. I do like the GameCube controller. It is a very nice controller. The D-pad sucks. If you're trying to play any fighting games on the D-pad, no. The D-pad is pretty bad. It's honestly really, really bad. I do like that you play the Game Boy Advance of the GameCube. I never had to do that, but it's nice that you can do that. It's like how you can play Game Boy and Game Boy Color on the SNES. It's always nice when they allow stuff like that. And it kind of sucks that they don't allow that. I understand that that takes a lot of resources to do, and that's probably why they don't do it anymore. But you know, what if I want to play like my PS2 games on like PS5 without having to rebuy the game? You know how nice that would be? Hey, let's play PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5 all on the same console. That would be so nice. That would be so great. And you wouldn't have to worry about rebuying old games so that you can replay them. Like, how difficult, I don't know the difficulties of doing it, but it would be really, really nice to be able to do that. Let's talk about the games. So, Wario World. Wario World? Oh, I remember this game. This was one of those games that I had to do like a, fix for because it was so glitchy on the forbidden technology. Like, graphically glitchy. The gameplay itself was fine. I thought it was a good game. It was just a very glitchy, visual game on technology. Also, you know what character I would like to see come back? Princess Sakura, which was from Wario Land 4. Like, she was a cute princess, but, you know, I understand why they don't use her. I don't remember if there was a princess in World. There probably was. It's Wario. He doesn't care about princesses. He just wants the money. You got to have the money. Yeah. There was a GameCube game that I don't own. I believe I played this with Downstroyer. It was The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. Now, this is a game that apparently I beat, says my list, but I remember absolutely nothing about the game. Like, I've only played 2 Lord of the Rings games. This is one of them. The other one, I don't think I've ever beaten. But yeah, I don't remember anything about this game. I remember 0 things about it. Boy, imagine if Fauna could play. Oh god. Oh god. If Fauna could, I think Fauna would play these Lord of the Rings games. I wonder if she knows about these games for GameCube. I wonder if she knows about most of these Lord of the Rings games. Because I guarantee she would play them in a heartbeat if she was able to. Like the Golem game. I don't think she played that, but I think she wants to try it. And everyone's like, no! Don't play the Golem game! Oh no. Hate! 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 It's here! Technically, I did this on the Switch, but it's a GameCube game. Help! Make it go away! Wrong one. It's Super Mario Sunshine! Not Super Mario Sunshine! Anything but that game! That game is... I consider that one of the worst Mario games. The controls were so... Like... It was... Like, the controls were so volatile. Like, it was so hard to control Mario in that game compared to, like, every other Mario game I've ever played. Like, he was just like... He stopped and moved on a dime. And half the time he didn't want to do things I wanted him to do. Also, it felt like it was super easy just to get screwed over. I don't know, I just wasn't... I was not a big fan of Sunshine. And then you get some levels which were awful. Like the lily pad level. The lily pad level is bad. And then you got the, gacha level, I think it is. Which, I don't know how I did the gacha level so fine. But I did the gacha level, like, super easily. And I am impressed that I did. You say it's not that bad, but, I mean, I don't know. I still prefer, like, a lot of the other Mario games compared to that one. I didn't grow up with Sunshine here, so there's that. Luigi's Mansion. I liked Luigi's Mansion. I thought Luigi's Mansion was a fun game. Finding some of the ghosts did become a little bit of a chore, but overall, it was a fun game. I do want to try Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3. It was a launch title. Was it? I never knew that. I thought it came with, like, actually, I don't even know what it came with at launch. But it was a pretty good game. I do want to try the other Luigi Mansion, the other Luigi Mansion games. Interesting. I know that one of the Luigi Mansion is on 3DS. I don't know if that's going to be done or not. And I don't have money to get free, so yeah. There is Sonic Adventures 2, which I highly recommend people. They're all on Switch? Really? I didn't know that. Sonic Adventure 2 is a very solid game. It is also a very jank game. But, I still think Sonic Adventure 2 was a fun little game. It's my preferred Sonic game, honestly. It's the one I grew up with. It's very easy to just get screwed over on, perspective and stuff. And, you know, random stuff just being wonky, so to say. Yeah, it was also on Dreamcast. I think I played the GameCube one because I played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. And me and buddies would race each other a lot. So we got good at racing and doing shortcuts and stuff. That's how I was able to do the shortcut on Final Rush so easily, because I'm like, I have this so ingrained in my brain that I know what that shortcut is. Now, I don't know all the shortcuts, but I remember that one in particular. Also, it gave us the, "You faker, I'll make you eat those words. I am the ultimate." It gave us a lot of memes. Next we have The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. I did this one on stream. Technically, the one that I grew up with was on the Wii. So yeah, I played two versions of the game. The Wii one is mirrored to the Dreamcast or the GameCube version. So games, if you play the GameCube one and then play the Wii or vice versa, you basically have to play in reverse in how you normally play because it's mirrored. It's wild. It is wild. I do remember in Twilight Princess, if you're trying to 100% the game, it's really frustrating because some of the minigames are really annoying. Especially on the Wii. The Wii, had a raft minigame that relied on motion control. And if you hit either one wall or any object, you basically lose out on getting the heart piece. It was annoying, dude. It was super, super annoying. I will be right back, guys. I need to go check on doggos. So be right back in a little bit. Give me a second. Alright, I am back. Go away, pets. So, we got 3 more games for the GameCube. Give me just a second. So, the first one we're gonna talk about, back away, Twilight Princess, right. I do remember some dungeons in Twilight Princess being a little bit, you know. The Ice Dungeon was kind of that way. Actually, I don't even remember all the dungeons. I know there was an Air Dungeon. That one was kinda... That one was actually interesting, because I believe it's the first game where you get the, double hook shot. Actually, I think it's the only game where you get the double hook shot, right? I don't think you get double hook shot in literally any other game. But yeah, a lot of the items you get, you just never use, like, ever outside the dungeon. Like, you might use it one time, and then you never use it ever again. It's like, Zelda games generally do that, where you get a new item, but you hardly use it. But this game is probably the worst in regards to that, because when you ever use the hop spin, like, you never do. You might use it once or twice to go to, an area to get, like, a heart piece. And that's it. Like, you never use it for combat, because why would you? It's like the, control the statue thing. You never really use it. I'm sure there's a couple other things, but like, yeah, like you just never really use, like, most of the items. Alright, the next game, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee. Now this is where it started to really kick in for me with the Smash series. I was still a Mario Fox player, but for some reason, I gravitated towards Roy, who, by the way, is the worst character in the game, if I recall. But I don't know, I just liked Roy. I thought Roy was cool. Like, man, this red-haired swordsman is pretty awesome. And then, Gal Destroyer, he really liked Marth. So, whenever we played, and we played together, we usually used Marth and Roy. I wasn't really that great at Melee, to be honest. Like, I was still pretty bad at Melee. I think I remember trying Zelda, but, like, Zelda is so bad. I believe when I streamed it last time, I think everyone saw me use, Zelda, and I was doing okay with her on stream, but, like, she's not that good. She's really, really not that good. And I don't like using Seek, so, yeah. I do like using Ganon, if though Ganon's also pretty bad. Bowser, he's okay. Like, honestly, it's mostly just Mario, Fox, Ganon, Roy, and a little Zelda nowadays, but, you know. The thing about, Melee that's hard for me is doing uphills. Or actually doing hilts in general, because I don't think you can use the C-stick for hilts. So you have to manually do your hilts. And doing uphills was a nightmare. Like, if you want to walk and do an uphill, have fun. Because half jump was a pain in the butt. And there was no way to turn half jump off. So it's just like, well, hopefully I get this move out and not a jump. It was not... I hated it. And the other thing about having Half-Zope on is... I use a button for jumping in Brawl and Ultimate. Because it allows me to be more precise with what I want to do. With Half-Zope, I don't feel as precise. Like, at all. I feel very imprecise. But yeah, Melee was so much fun back in the day. Doing all those event challenges was definitely interesting. And I never owned the GameCube. I played this over at Down Destroyers and Warlord's place. But that is what I played like all the time I was over there. I also really like Battlefield's music. Battlefield, Big Blue, Mute City, Final Destination, all of those tunes I would play in my head a lot. It was so good. I mean, they were great music. I love the music in Melee. I love the music in Smash in general. I feel like all the games have really great music. I don't remember what anyone else made back in Melee. We haven't played Melee in so long. I feel like we should try Melee again. If only there was a way to do a collab Melee with buddies of mine. See, that's something that buddies would like to do, is a big old collab between the three of us. We talked about that, but I don't know how we would be able to do it. I would love to be able to do it on my channel, but I don't know how we would do it at all, because that's something I've never dealt with. Obviously, I would have to get like a, one of those fancy little mics, you know? Got like one of those hanging mics or whatever you call them. I'd have to get one of those if we were to do something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to ask like Max Million Dude or something. If they would respond to that. I know Justin has a mic like that. Justin does have a mic like that. And the last game for the GameCube, and it's a game that I love. I love this game. It's one of my favorite RPGs. I love this game more than most FF games. Like, I like FF9, don't get me wrong. Coyote's gonna be doing FF9 tonight, part 2, for those who don't know. She's already at Limblom. She's like 50% done with this one. But to be fair, she played for 7 hours, so, you know. But, I do like FF9, 7, 6, 10, I love all those FFs. I like this game more than those games. Does anyone know what game I am talking about? Anyone? What RPG is on the GameCube that I would like a lot? Now granted, there's a couple other games I like more in the series than this, but I still love this game. Give me just a second. 1 second. Alright. For those who do not know, it is Tales of Symphonia. I love Tales of Symphonia. It is such a great game. Well, the gameplay might be a little bit rough, so to speak, but I still think it's a really great game. I love the characters, I love the story. The funny thing about this game, what got me into playing it, finally, was the anime, the OVA. And the OVA is not 100% accurate to the game. It's close enough, but it's not 100% accurate. But I love the characters and story from the OVA. Like, Lloyd is a pretty good character. I like Kratos. Genis, Genis is okay. Zelos is pretty good. Rain is pretty okay. But the character that I like the most, I do like Presea. Even though Presea you don't really get much screen time with. I like her gameplay, though. The character that I like the most is Colette. Colette is such a great character. Like, she's also a pretty character, I think. Like, I think she's pretty. She's pretty. Others will probably say, that, Rain is prettier. And Rain is a pretty character. What is her name? Ninja Lady, I forgot your name. It starts with an S. I think. What was your name? Let's see, we have Lloyd, Regis, Colette, Rain, Presea, Genis, C. It's not Sheila, right? Was it Sheila? What the heck was her name? Well, I'm sure that a lot will say that C's, the prettiest one, which, I mean, not my hype, really. Not my hype. I have it hype, yes, I do have it hype. Colette is not in that hype, by the way. I just think she's a good character. I just think that she's an adorable little dork. She's a clumsy little sweetheart. That is Colette. And honestly, she's not bad combat-wise. She's honestly pretty solid. She is her main healer, I think. Her and Rain, but, I just adore her. I just think she's a really good character. And when you play the game, and if you're a sentimental, old, emotional fool like me, then her story will get to you, I think. I think her storyline will get to you. And I think that's good. It makes you more involved with the characters. When a story makes you emotionally invested in the characters, they're doing something right, I think. In my opinion. And Symphonia does that with Lloyd and Colette. Maybe not as much with the others. It does a little bit with Rain and Genis. Regal it tries, but like, you know, Regal and Presea, I should say. I still think it's Sheila, I might be wrong. So that's GameCube. Now, I do have Tales of Symphonia for, I think, PS4. So I could do that at some point, but it's basically just the same game with a little extra content. I don't think I really need to. I really got it only for collection purposes, in all honesty. Alright! 4 remain. The next one. So, I want Atari, NES, SNES, PlayStation 2. What do you think was the next console I owned after the PS2? That would be the Nintendo Wii. Yes, I abandoned the PS side and went back to the Nintendo side. Why? There's a very good reason why. If that reason is solely because of Super Smash Bros. Brawl, yes, that's why. I bought the Wii myself only to play Brawl. I loved Brawl so much that I bought a console just to play it. Because me and the guys were play Brawl so much at the get-together that it was like, man, I want to play Brawl on my own and get better. I want to be able to completely own these guys, you know? Why are you scrolling up? And eventually, I did get good at Brawl. For those who don't know, Brawl is a very, very floaty game. It's very hard to do combos. It's very hard to do a lot of things to Brawl. It's very easy to dodge stuff because of how slow and floaty Brawl is. It does have Subspace Emissary, which is a story mode, which it's a shame that Sakurai abandoned that. I believe Sakurai abandoned that because people were posting YouTube videos of it. And it's like, because I'm sure that World of Light would have been phenomenal if we had more to it. As World of Light is, it's very lackluster, really. It's just glorified event mode. Like, the start of World of Light makes it seem like it was going to be something really interesting. Boy, we got here Zelda actually talk. And it sounds cute. Very, very cute. Anyways, Melee. Or Melee. Brawl is the first game we're going to talk about with, the Wii. Which Wii? Wii. There we go. So yeah, Brawl is my most played game on the Wii. Hands down the most played game. Is the game that I would play a lot online. And this was around the time that I was playing Soku, I believe. I believe I ultimately ended up abandoning online for Soku. Because online Brawl was frustrating. And I believe Brawl is the game that made me realize, hey, maybe I should stop breaking controllers. Because I broke my GameCube controller of that game. And when I mean break, I mean the left side worked. The right side did not work anymore. It was only the left side. And I learned, it's like, oh, this is expensive because I'm the one buying it now. It's like, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't break it. Because, you know, that's gonna get very expensive. I learned. But yeah, back in the Brawl days, my temper was infinitely worse. Like, it was bad during the Ultimate days, and it still is a little bit bad when it comes to fighting games. Now, when me and Hank play, Boy Brawls, there's not really any anger there, because it's like, we're playing games we don't really know. There's no reason to get angry, so, you know. Now, if it was like XR, then, the anger might show up every now and then. Not just from me, but from Hank, too, because we know how it is. If I were to play Ultimate, I would get angry really quickly. That's what happened last time I streamed, Ultimate. I got mad, I muted myself, then I took off my model, because it's like, I'm not talking anymore, I'm focused on the game, I'm very angry at the game. It was not a very fun experience. Brawl. There was one time that me, Theo, and Warlord, spent the night over at Warlord's place. There's a couple you'd like to play, but just haven't gotten me yet. Like what? But yeah, me and Theo played Brawl the entire night we spent over there. Warlord went to bed. Me and Theo played for 7 hours straight, 1v1, in Brawl. That's how addicted we were to playing Brawl. We loved that game so much that that's all we did for 7 hours. 7 hours! And a lot of it was Ganon versus Meta Knight. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to playing, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Skullgirls, I don't know about. Blaze Blue. I really need to get Blaze Blue. I still haven't gotten to, Central Fiction, and I know that's the one you don't have. Other Wii games. Donkey Kong Country Returns. Does anyone remember this game? This one I had to do via, Forbidden Technology. Yeah, the only one. Imagine that, the only one. And I got the one that was not that. Actually, I think Melty bought that one for me. I'm pretty sure Melty bought that game for me. But yeah, Donkey Kong Country Returns. I feel like that's not... It wasn't a bad game. But it wasn't a really great game. Like, you know... I think part of the reason it didn't feel super great was because of the way I had to play it. But overall, it was just... This is just okay. Which isn't a very good thing you want for a franchise returning. I mean, it must have done well enough because we got more Donkey Kong games. I think the last Donkey Kong game was Donkey Kong 64. Before Country Returns. Which is a very long time to not have a Donkey Kong game. When you think about it. And then we have Mario Kart Wii, which I don't remember anything about. I remember Rainbow Road. That's about it. If I recall, I think I like Mario Kart Wii. But I don't remember it enough to say anything about it. And then there was Mega Man 9, Mega Man 10, which I remember nothing about. I don't recall anything about them because there was nothing memorable about them. They existed. And then there's Twilight Princess, which I already talked about. Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. I do like the Galaxy games. I do think they're some of the best 3D Mario platformers. Now, people will say 64 is, and Super Mario 64 isn't a bad 3D platformer. I do think nostalgia glasses are on that one. I do think that Galaxy and Galaxy 2 are the best 3D Mario games, personally. Now, I mean, there is a couple others. We'll get those later. We are going to finish this Zatsudan today. It's going to take extra time, but we are going to finish this today. But, the movement in Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 was very fluid. The level designs were really good. I do think that, having to do all the game with Luigi, the first one, just to get the, extra level was kind of dumb. And I do appreciate that they make it so you can switch between Mario and Luigi in the second game. But, like, Luigi's just so much better. Like, better jump, better distance, he's just a better throw. And it's Luigi! Ah! Oh, Mario! 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 I can't do a Luigi voice right now. Let's go! Mamma mia! Mario! Mario! You know, something like that. But yeah, the Galaxy games, great. if you're gonna get 100% them, be prepared to spend a lot of time. Especially the first one when you have to redo the entire game. Now, how about Super Paper Mario? How many people like Super Paper Mario? I thought about doing this on stream, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that. This is a game I wish they would release again on the Switch, but because of the motion control function, I don't know if they can. And that's also what's caused me to not do it for the Switch or for the stream. Because how does it work off Forbidden Technology? Does it work nice enough off Forbidden Technology? I don't know. I have zero idea. And I don't know if I have it in order to do it now. Both? What do you mean both? I only know Super Paper Mario. There's another Paper Mario on the Wii. Sacred Pointer. I don't remember if I had both of those, it only used the Wiimote. And I might be able to do that. I got to, experiment with that. But yeah, the game was pretty fine, I thought. Doing everything in the game was not fine, however. Having to do a 100 floor dungeon, and then do another 100 floor dungeon after that, and then do 100 fights, and then do 100 fights. It got really tiresome. Like, I really loved the number 100, and it was like, please, let me just please. And if you died at any point, you had to redo that higher thing. And that's like an hour and a half wasted. It sucked. It was not very good. Now let's talk about new Super Mario Bros. You know what? I like new Super Mario Bros. I thought it was an okay 3D platformer. It was returned to, classic Mario, technically. Finding the secrets was, kinda annoying, but, I mean, there's only so many spots you can get, set in the level, right? I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it. It wasn't, I don't think it was a post-game, right? There was no post-game. And I don't think the game was super difficult. It could get challenging, but it was not super difficult at all. Metroid RM. Metroid RM. That game. That game. Do we even want to talk about yeah, I was about to say, do we even want to talk about RM? Bro, do you remember how hard it was for me to get that game to work? I literally had to get an actual, complete actual thing just to play that game on the Forbidden Technology. And, like, it wasn't even worth playing. Like, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't that good. And especially not for the effort it took for me to get the thing to work on stream. Like, it was awful to get to work on stream. And then the post-game is like, why is there even a post-game? And then you have, like, Phantoon. I mean, Phantoon was interesting, but Phantoon wasn't even that hard. It is interesting that they brought Phantoon back. But it's like, why is Phantoon even here? What even is Phantoon? That is the real mystery of, Metroid. Moving on! Welcome! In Hatsunoko vs. Capcom All-Stars. Oh, he eats abandoned sips. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. That place was abandoned, yeah. So, Hatsunoko vs. Capcom is an interesting little fighting game. I know nothing about the Hatsunoko side, like, at all. He's an energy Eldritch. Ah. Gotcha. So, I know nothing about the Hatsunoko franchise. Now, the Capcom side was interesting. I think the Capcom side in this game was more interesting than in any other fighting crossover with Capcom. Because it wasn't just all Street Fighter. You had 3 Street Fighters. I think you had Ryu, Chun-Li, and Alex. Alex, dude. Alex was interesting because who expected Alex to show up? And then you have like one of each Mega Man. You have Roll for Mega Man Classic. You have Full Nut for Mega Man Legends. And you have Zero for Zero series. And technically, I guess you could say, technically, you could also say, Mega Man X series. Is Alex even popular? I don't even know. But Alex is the main character of Street Fighter 3, if you didn't know. We also got some characters that I never thought we'd see. Samanosuke from Onimusa, that was an interesting pick. Saki, who I never heard of Saki. Morgan showed up, which, I mean, it's Morgan. Morgan's gonna show up. Who else was there? Give me just a second, if you will. 1 second, my eyeball. Also, I see that Mint is playing Metal Gear Solid 3. That's interesting. Hatsunoko versus Capcom characters. Let me look. I'm gonna look at the characters for Capcom. Oh wow, some characters were Wii exclusive. So, for the main game on the Capcom side, oh no, that's not Samanosuke, that's Soki. You have Ryu, Chun-Li, Alex, Morgan, Batsu from Rival Schools, Kaisen no Soki from Onimusa, Mega Man Full Nut, Roll, PEX Gas 408. Who the heck is that? Where are you even from? I don't know where this got. Apparently he's from Lost Planet? What is Lost Planet? I never heard of that. By the way, I use Roll and Ryu. If you're curious. And the Wii. Oh, a failed game. So the Wii gives you Saki from one of those game sim games, if I recall. Beautiful Joe, Zero. No, Saki and Joe are Wii exclusive, and Zero and Frank West are the Ultimate All-Stars version only. And then you have Yami from Okami. So it has an interesting cast for the Capcom side. Yeah, I never got to play Beautiful Joe. I wonder if I should try that on stream. Maybe. I can't find it first and make sure it works. But yeah, it was a very solid fighting game. Hard beat 'em up. I mean, I've done hard games before, so it works off okay. I will probably give it a try at some point. Whenever, you know, I go back for Forbidden Heck. Which might happen eventually, because I'm running out of stuff to do, believe it or not. I am actually running out of stuff to do. This is what happens when you don't have money to buy stuff. I was going to get some games for the Switch and PS4, but I can't. So, I'm running dry on both of those, which is a problem. Same with Steam. No money to buy anything, so my content's drying up a little bit. Alright, let's talk about the last game. Oh, not the last game. Muramasa, the Demon Blade, which is a fantastic game. I do like Muramasa. Now, I will say that after a while, it does get a little repetitive. That's just the type of game it is. But Muramasa was a fun game, I thought. Doing everything in that game was pretty rough, I'm not gonna lie. But once you figured out the cheap way of doing it, the cheese way, nothing stood in your way, like ever. Also, the lady was cute. That's all you need to know. I think it was Momo. Yeah, her name was like Momo. And the last game for the Wii. The last game for the Wii. Do we know what the last game for the Wii is? It is probably one of the worst games, one of the worst RPGs that I played for Wii. Probably one of the worst RPGs I played, period. If you guys don't know, Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of a New World, or Tales of Symphonia 2. Oh my goodness, this game. Oh my goodness, this game. You want a bad RPG that just hates the original and sucks the life out of it and makes it even worse? Play Tales of Symphonia 2. It is not worth it. It is a terrible game. The main characters are not likable. The previous characters get gutted. And, like, the story is just not that great, I feel. It's just not that good. It's not good. Tenebrae is the only one that was good. Tenebrae is literally the only one. And Tenebrae cannot save that game. Alright. We are almost 4 hours in. Let's move on to computer. I mean, do I have to say anything about computer? As long as your computer is strong enough, which if you're trying to play games on the PC, make sure that your PC is strong enough. But obviously, PC is, you know, yeah, there's mods you can use. There's a lot of games on the PC you can get a hold of. A lot of games on the PC you can get a hold of, keep that in mind. And like, There's even stuff exclusive to PC that you will not get to play anywhere else. So PC is superior to consoles. However, I will say this. A, it can wear your computer down, so be careful about that. Be careful on the type of games you play, especially if you're streaming. You don't want to stream something that you're gonna regret later, if you know what I mean. For me, personally, if it doesn't have controller support, then it's a no-go for me, because I cannot do controller or a keyboard and mouse. I just cannot. It's nothing I can do. It's too much pain for me. Also, be careful of file size of games. Make sure you're not trying to install something when you don't have enough space on your PC. Because you don't want to run into issues. You really, really don't. That's what I had with BlueStacks back when I was playing Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. That took 30 gigabytes. So I didn't know it was on my C drive, and I was left with like 5 gigabytes on my C drive, which is not good. It's really, really bad. So that caused a lot of problems. Anyways, it's also how you get play. Like, I don't think you can play Record Logos on any other system, right? Or Ravi Rivi, or Hollow Crossbreak, or Hollow Cure, or, you know, like some of the older games, like New Super Marissa Land, and Megamori, and, a lot of the Ho-Ho games. I don't think you can play those on, like, anywhere else. They're all exclusively PC, I think. And they're all great games. So, it's the same. It's a big shame for those who want to play on PC, but can't because their PC is not strong enough. I remember back when I had a PC that had Vista. I couldn't really record or stream. I could not stream at all because the PC was so bad and it was Vista that I couldn't do it. I couldn't do my usual stuff for like 2-3 years. So yeah, PC is the most expensive gaming thing, but it also allows you to connect to the internet, allows you to connect with people, talk to people, and it allows you to do a lot. It allows you to do so much. Like, I'm gonna be real, if it wasn't for computer, I don't know where I would be right now. Like, I don't think I would even be around at all, if that's to say anything. Like, all things I do is on PC. When I'm not on the PC, I don't do anything. I got nothing to keep me occupied. Everything that keeps me occupied is on PC. So whenever I'm anywhere else, and I'm not on a PC or whatnot, I'm just bored. I got nothing to keep me occupied. It's just like, what am I supposed to do? Like, there's nothing around to do. There's nothing I can do. It sucks, you know? Alright, so let's wrap this up. We got Switch and PS4. Which one of these do you think I got first? Between the Switch and the PS4. The Switch is correct! Switch is correct, and guess what? It's up here at S. I do really, really like the Switch. I do kind of hate how the Nintendo Online is, that you have to pay for the online, but it's also cheap. It's only $20 a year, as opposed to like online for PlayStation, which is like $80 a year, which is a lot of money. A lot of money for. You're basically paying for online on the PlayStation, and you're also paying for online on the PC. So you're double paying for online, which is like, why? Like, that's bad. Like, I get that PlayStation Online is better with netcode and stuff, but like, you're double paying for online at that point. And if you're gonna do that, you might as well just get a PC, a gaming computer, and play there. That way you're only paying for online once. Anyway, Switch! Let's try and wrap this up. We have Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, which was, it was a pretty solid game. It was an okay game. It was better than Donkey Kong Country Returns, in my opinion. Give me just a second. 1 second. 1 second. And I remember some of the barrel levels being annoying too, if I recall. And then we go to Doom! Doom! I will say the Doom games were pretty fun, even if I got frustrated. It was mostly at the last levels that I got frustrated with Doom. Doom, Doom 2, Doom 64, Doom 2016. All of them were really, really fun games, honestly. And technically, this would be part of, like, other systems, but, I mean, I played it on the Switch. It's gonna be in the Switch category. Which one do I like more? I'm not sure. Like, Doom 2016 was pretty good. Doom 1 was also good. Like, they're all good, honestly. Let's not talk about Doom 3, though. We don't talk about Doom 3. Oh yeah! Dragon Quest XI I played on the Switch. And Dragon Quest XI was my first Dragon Quest game. And honestly, from that one game, it made me wonder if I wanted to play the other Dragon Quest games. Because while Dragon Quest XI isn't a bad game, I did get bored at points of the game. I'm not gonna lie. The combat did kind of bore me. The added content. I think that's also on PS4, so it would be a PS4 version. I will say the added content, yeah, they kind of make it is bloated. Aqua did do the extra content near the end of her streaming stuff. I don't know if she fought, I don't think she fought Hmmm, which is a good thing, because Hmmm is dumb. But she did beat Kalasmo, I think. I want to say she beat Kalasmo, at the very least. Wait, really? Is it the Switch version? Why did they put it in the Switch version? Why did they add it at all? Oh, the Switch is the port of the PS4 version, isn't it? There was a free DS version? I didn't know there was a free DS version of the game. Huh. But yeah, like, I just got bored of the fighting. Like, the overall gameplay kinda didn't interest me enough. Now, the other Dragon Quest games, I have to see if they interest me, but I don't know if they will. It's very basic combat, which, I mean, you would think is fine, because I play Final Fantasy, but I don't know. It seems a little too basic, you know? It seems a little too basic. I did like the story for 11, though. Also, it had Serena, and Serena's cute. It had Veronica. Veronica was a badass. Hendrik was pretty cool. Eric was pretty cool. Savando was okay. Jake was okay. Raph was okay. Like, all the characters were just, they were good. They were all good, honestly. I don't know if the story was cliched or not, because I don't know how, Dragon Quest stories normally go. But, you know, it wasn't bad. It was just that, you know, gameplay bored me is all. Oh, boy. Give me a second. I need to go check out the dogs. I shall return. Hello. Freaky us person safety only. I think it was. I think I remote that now. It's so weird though. Still weird. Alright, so the next one we're gonna talk about is a game that I tried to stream, and I did stream it, but it got copyright claimed left and right, so it got blocked all the time, and I don't understand why, because it's an ancient game. Yep, it's still a link. Like, the game itself wasn't... There's hair in my eyeball. Like, the game itself was okay. Like, I don't think it was, like, anything super special. It's basically a Muso game, that's all it was. It did get me to... It did make me a little bit more interested in some of the characters, but, like, overall, it's just another, you know, Muso game. And the cutscenes, I don't think were, like, anything super fancy that require blocking all videos from ever existing after day 2. That's the thing, it's like, you're gonna let them stream, but only up to day 2. Why? What's the point? You might as well just say, don't stream this game at all. And the worst part is, I didn't know that was a game that was going to be that way. That's the worst part about streaming stuff is, you never know what game is going to end up like that game did. And the worst part is, I even tried throwing like a censor or whatnot, which annoyed the people, I know. It annoyed me, but like, that didn't even help. Like, I don't know, I don't get it. I don't get why that game was so heavily guarded like that. Also, Hamino is the best character. I say that, but no, actually that's Saber. Saber just Excalibur. Excalibur! 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 That's all you heard whenever Saber was on screen. Alright, next game. Hyrule Warriors. Let's talk about the first one. It was a Muso game. Age of Calamity, also a Muso game. They play identical almost, if I recall. They all play the same way. You have like one attack button that you can mash like 5 times, I think. And from that you can go from like that attack button up into like a secondary attack button multiple times. And it's just, it's the same formula, really. It's just a matter of how you present it. And honestly, Hyrule Warriors, they try to do something with different weapon types and whatnot. I don't know if that really helped the game. I mean, it was interesting to see how some characters were. Right, Marin? Who would have thought Marin would have went that way? Who would have thought Akiba would have went that way? But like, some characters were just bad. They were just so bad that you never wanted to use them. And some weapons were also so bad you just never wanted to use them. And if you're playing multiplayer, expect the game to lag. It's gonna lag hard. I wonder if Naka's ever gonna do Hyrule Warriors. Probably not. That would be way too much content. Now, Age of Calamity, I think, did better with the characters. They got a lot more unique. I mean, they were unique in the first game. But I think the characters were really well done at the second one. The story is better at the second one than the first one, because it's following Breath of the Wild. Even though people will complain about, you know, how the story went halfway through, but, you know, that's a common thing in Zelda games, you know? If they're gonna complain about that, they're gonna have to complain about the other Zelda games that do the same thing, really. Although it is kinda cute. No, wait. I know why that happened. I know exactly why that happened in Age of Calamity. And it's not like it erased the original timeline. Because, you know, that's not how it works. You don't just erase a timeline. It's basically an alternate timeline there. And that's something that people don't seem to understand. It's not that hard to understand. Also, Selga, best girl in Age of Calamity. So fun to use. Of course, everyone's gonna say Impa, or yeah, they're all gonna say Impa. I know they're all gonna say Impa, and Impa isn't bad. She's not bad. I prefer Selga though. Or you know, someone might say Urbosa, right? Hey, you're probably thinking Urbosa. The next game we're gonna talk about, and this was a silly little game. Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory. See guys, I mentioned the muscle woman and hate pops up. So Melody of Memory is basically Guitar Hero. It's a Kingdom Hearts style Guitar Hero, that's all it is. It was an interesting thing, and hilariously, it's good. I believe it's canon to the main story, because everything's canon to the main story in Kingdom Hearts. But it wasn't a bad game. It's a nice way to blow some time if you know you're bored. I don't know how often you're gonna be replaying the game. I probably won't. But, I mean, it was a fun little game. Tiger Wisdom was a different type of game, though, because Kairi deserves her own game. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Mario Kart 8 is probably the definitive Mario Kart game. I only played it a little bit. I never really played it much. Mostly because I just never really had anyone to play with. And I don't like playing randoms online. I played it once in the Zelda Corp. And I was almost always last place somehow. Like, I just had such bad luck in that game. Like, an amazingly bad luck. If one thing went wrong, that's it, I'm done. I basically ended up in last place. And I can't recover. I don't know why. That's just how Mario Kart 8 is for me. It just hates my guts. Alright. Mega Man 11. Mega Man 11 is an interesting game. Like, it's a return of the classic Mega Man series. But I don't know. Yeah, I was about to say, it's just alright. There is that one level that's kind of BS though, the fire level that instantly kills you. But overall, it's just kind of alright. Funny ending. Sonic Mania. This is without the DLC, excuse me. Sonic Mania was a fun little game. It was fun to, Mega Man 11? It was a little bit too safe. Sonic Mania, I think was... I don't know if I played that before all the Sonic games that I did or not. But it was an interesting time to see all the levels. And be like, oh wow, hey, I know this level. I know hydraulic press. What's it, hydraulic press? Aquatic Sea? I don't remember. Yeah, I didn't borrow with the emeralds, if I recall. I normally don't borrow with emeralds because they're kind of hard to deal with. In all honesty, see, I'm plugging up my nose and trying to not talk through it, and it's very hard. You can probably tell the difference. And need more level. Yeah, probably. That's really hard to do. Trying to not hawk through the nose is really hard. How about that Metal Gear Solid Collection? Metal Gear 1 and 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and VR Missions. I will say it was fun going back through Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, because I do like Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. They're my favorites of the series. Metal Gear Solid 3? I was not a big fan of Metal Gear Solid 3. It wasn't bad, but I don't know. I know Metal Gear Solid 3 is some people's favorites. I think it's Mint's favorite, and I think it's Callie's favorite. I prefer 1 and 2 more, honestly. 3 just... It's not... It doesn't feel right to me, if you know what I mean. VR missions can go be a big one. There was way too many missions in VR missions. Like, that's the one that had, like, too many... No, Metal Gear Solid 2 had the VR missions that really sucked. Because it repeated, like, Raiden, like, 3 times and Snake, like, 5 times. Like, VR missions was a little bit more interesting, but it still wasn't that great. I still didn't enjoy VR missions. Yeah, Snake Fantasy Edition. But, it was, I remember one mission in VR mission that absolutely sucked, where you have to plant a C4, no, you have to plant 2 C4s on the back of a soldier before he turns around, get out of sight, and then blow him up into a camera, and then blow the camera up with that C4. And it's like, what? You never use this in any Metal Gear game. It was the dumbest VR mission. And like, some of the VR missions just felt bad. It's just like, bro, really? This is what we have to do? This is bad. This is awful. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2? I don't know what to think of those games. When they first came out, I could see how they were revolutionary, because they were revolutionary in their time era. But, they're old. That's all there is to it. They are old. And jank. Metal Gear 1 and 2 on NES. Yeah, I knew we had them on NES. Is that the one that, which one is the one that was on the Master Collection? Is that the MSX version? I think that was the MSX version, right? Okay, so that means I have to play the NES version at some point, huh? Oh no, do I really want to play the NES versions? Oh no. That sounds like pain. The pain! Because the MSX version, while they were okay, that's it, they were just okay. And they're very confusing to get through. Like, it's so easy to get lost, to be like, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to progress? I know it's a bit of a puzzle game, but like, it's just, it's not for me. I don't think I want to replay them. Next up, we have Metroid Dread. And I will say, Metroid Dread felt so good. I do like Dread. Dread was a really, really good, homage who... You don't like... Really? I thought Dread was good. I mean, Super Metroid is still gonna be the GOAT of, Metroid games. But I thought Dread was okay. Now, you want to talk about a game that I'm very iffy on? Metroid Prime Remaster. The only issue I have with Metroid Dread were with the robots. I forget their names and the final boss. Like, the rest of the game, I was fine with, even if I die. But escaping the robots was annoying. Now, Metroid Prime Remastered, thank goodness this came out. Because I did not want to have to do Metroid Prime 1 on 4th-gen technology. However, I was not a big fan of Prime. Like, I know it's more for a third-person shooter type exploration, but that just makes it all the more annoying to get around, I feel. And honestly, I just didn't like gameplay. I was not a big fan of gameplay at all. Like, it wasn't bad, but it just wasn't my kind of a game. And it made me consider if I ever want to do Human 3. Which, I don't know, I'm not sure. I really don't want to do them off 4th-gen technology, I'll tell you that, but, you know. Next, we have New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, which is a port of the Wii U game. Now, I do think that this game is pretty solid. It's a pretty solid sub-game. That's about it though. It's another Huggy Mario game. Most Huggy Mario games are pretty similar to one another, not gonna lie. The new Super Mario Bros. Games are no different. It does come with New Super Luigi U as well, which is a little bit, it's a different version of the game. I think New Super Luigi U was a DLC of the Wii U when it came out. It was interesting, it was an interesting challenge mode. I can't really say much on U Deluxe. It was just a solid Mario game, that's it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting some fun stuff here. Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which was the most recent Huggy Mario platformer, was a very interesting game. I thought it was a good game. It was not like the new Super Mario Bros. Series. It was more like a traditional Super Mario Bros. Platformer, with its weird wonder gimmicks. I thought it was a great game. Now, let's talk about Super Mario Odyssey, which is another great game. And this one is considered for probably the best 3D Mario game. Probably. I still think Mario Galaxy had more interesting stuff. Odyssey had more content. Maybe a little too much content. But movement felt good. Lives, you didn't have to really worry about lives. I only think it was a game over screen. Like, it's really hard to game over at that game if you can. And it was just overall a really, really great game. Now, some of the challenges were a little bit rough. Also, for those who do not know, Super Mario Odyssey is the game where some memes for me came from. What memes? How about the expert line? That came from Super Mario Odyssey, and it's basically stuck around since then. it's basically stuck around since then. I have a clip of that on my channel. For those of you who are interested in learning about that. It's also fun to just break the game when you know how to break the game. Which I didn't really know. But, you know. There's a lot of you know. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. That was a pretty solid game. What was not solid was trying to 100% 3D World. Because you had to do it with everyone. You had to touch the flagpole with everyone. It was aggravating. It was like, Argh! So, I did a little game where I had all the other characters set to other controllers, and I would let them die, which did suck out a lot of lives. But I focused on my controller and tried to do the level, and then tried to get everyone up on the flagpole at the end. It was troublesome. It was very, very troublesome. Bowser's Fury is a very, very fun extra mode they added to the Switch version. And you can play 2-player. The second player does get control of Bowser Jr., which is a little interesting. It does mean that they cannot die, so that's good. Star Ocean, the second story arc, the remake of Star Ocean 2 on PlayStation. I'm glad I got to play this game. I am. It was a pretty solid game. It did devolve to me just using Olympia and spamming. But I think I would have ended up spamming something somewhere along the line. Because that's the type of game that is. But like, the story was fine. I enjoyed the story. I liked Reina. I liked Claude. The other side characters, you don't really get to know the side characters very much. Like, you do their storyline, and then they're done. The type that don't really matter very much. But Reina and Claude, they were fine. Now, do I want to play the original? I don't know. Because, random encounters are in that. There's actual random encounters. Unlike, on-field HUD encounters. And there's a few other differences that make the game, a lot more difficult. Alright, Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, which has Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fight, Street Fighter Alpha, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 The New Challengers, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter 3, 1, 2, and 3. So they crammed in like all the Street Fighter 2s, which I don't know why. You didn't really need all the Street Fighter 2s in one game. Honestly, what they should have done is Street Fighter, a Street Fighter 2, honestly, they should have put just Street Fighter 4 and 5 on here. Like, added 4 and 5. I know they can't do the EX series because copyright issues. They can't really do Street Fighter the movie. But, like, they could have acted in Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. They could have acted in, like, a bunch of other Street Fighter. Like, why does Street Fighter 2 get all the different versions? Why does Street Fighter 3 get 1, 2, and 3? Why does Street Fighter Alpha get 1, 2, and 3? Why don't we get Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper or Max? Or Street Fighter Alpha 2 Gold? Or, you know, Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5. I'm certain they could have fit that on, maybe. Also, I got to play Street Fighter 1, and I wish I never have to ever again, because Street Fighter 1 is awful. I also got to play Street Fighter 3, 1 and 2 for the first time. That was interesting. Same with Alpha 1 and 2. But honestly, the last games are usually the best. Alright, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And by extension, Heroes of the Kingdom. I thought they were fun games to play. They did take a lot of time to get through, because I wanted to do all the shrines. And, you know, some of the shrines were a pain in the butt to get in both games. I was not going to get all the Koroks. That's a little ridiculous, if you ask me. Like, there's no reason for there to be that many Koroks at all. No reason whatsoever. But, another thing that was kinda annoying was the weapon system. Like, having your weapons break all the time, and having to go fetch new ones, got real tiring after a while. Especially when you have good weapons, and then, oh, they're gone. Or, hey, I'm gonna get these amiibo weapons. I don't want to use them because, they're gonna break. And who knows if I'm gonna get this weapon again. It kind of really sucked. And it's like the light bow, both light. You could get one of them at the top of Hyrule Castle. But I never wanted to use it because it's like, I don't want it to break. Because I got to go all the way back up there again. And it sucked. I will say that Heroes of the Kingdom did the game a lot better with exploring. By being able to combine stuff. It was fun being able to just fly everywhere. And if you were able to make the flying machine just right, you can just go everywhere. Especially if you got your battery energy up. Just, okay, I'm just gonna fly all the way over here. Nothing's gonna stop me. I think that's the main reason I managed to complete the underground. And get all the routes. Because, heck if I was gonna run around to try and find stuff underground. Not to mention some of those enemies underground are brutal. I can't really speak on the story. It's another one of those Hmmm stories. Which, you know, people love Hmmm stories. I do like the new outfit for Zelda in Heroes of the Kingdom. It's a nice outfit. I guess the story is kinda touching in Heroes of the Kingdom, but you have to go out your way to find out about it. Same way with Breath of the Wild. You have to go out your way to find the story bits, which kinda sucked a little bit. Next we have The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, which, that was an interesting version of the game. I don't know why they decided to go with the chibi version, but, I mean, I guess they wanted to try to keep in line with, the original, so I guess that works. Link's Awakening, it was a pretty solid game. I don't know how the original was, but, I do think that, overall, it was fine. I don't remember it being particularly difficult. Like, I don't remember there being a puzzle that stumped me. Yeah, I can't think of any that stumped me. So it was overall a solid game. Same thing with Skyward Sword HD. Now, Skyward Sword, yes, it had problems. It had several problems. Let me just say that, I probably won't go back to Skyward Sword. It wasn't a bad game, but it wasn't really that great of a Zelda game. It does have probably the best Zelda, though. I do like Zelda in that game. It's very, very upfront, very gung-ho, very, I'm not gonna take your crap while still being, you know, nice and stuff. She's a good Zelda. I do remember some dungeons being really annoying. The water dungeons sucked in that game. Oh my god. I hate the water dungeon. Alright, oh, speaking of Street Fighter, we have Ultra Street Fighter 2, the final challengers. So another Street Fighter 2 version that's based off the HD version, which made the game stupidly easy, but it also gave you access to Akuma, Sin Akuma, Evil Ryu, Violet Ken. It's like, okay. And it was super easy to get to fight Akuma. It was a lot harder to fight Sin Akuma. I don't think I ever got to Sin Akuma. That's really all I have to say about that. Alright! We are getting close to being done with the Switch. Super Mario RPG Remake. I thought was a fantastic game. It was still the original Super Mario RPG, just with a few little extra stuff in it. The fact that you can block single-target magic was such a big deal. Because that was the thing in the original, that if you got hit by magic, you just got hit. There was nothing you could do about it. However, they did change some things, like the safety ring no longer blocked elemental attacks. I don't think anything blocked elemental attacks in the remake. I know they buffed Mallow. Mallow was a lot better. I think Bowser was still pretty much the same. Honestly, I don't remember too much differences. Like, it was freaky. Enemies were pretty much the same. The super jump mechanic was a little different. I'm thinking of doing a tutorial on it. I don't know if I should do that live, or if I should record it. What do you guys think? Do you think I should do a tutorial on the Super Jump, both for the original and for remake? Actually, I could probably turn that into a Swords, but I don't know how Swords work. I'm not a big fan of Swords, but that would be something to consider. But yeah, Super Mario RPG Remake, really good. I don't know if we need the post-game stuff. It didn't really add anything but extra gimmick boss fights. Again, this is Square. Square likes to add in stuff that doesn't need to be there. But yeah, if you have to play the original Super Mario RPG, play the remake. It is Super Mario RPG. You can't go wrong with it. Hey! What do you think? Do you think I should do a tutorial on Super Jumps for the original and remake? And if I do, should I do it live? Or pre-recorded? And if I do, should I try it in my normal way? Or should I try it in Shorts format? Probably do it live. I'm gonna have to make sure that both versions are set up. So that would be interesting. Which, there's a way of doing that, don't worry, there is a way of doing that. I got the SNES Classic, yes. I still got the SNES Classic. Like, I haven't played it in forever because I haven't had a reason to. I just have to, you know, plug it in and make sure it works. But yeah, I'm thinking of maybe doing that, even though it may exist, but you know, I'm also debating if I should do it in regular format or Shorts. I mean, all I need to do is just switch the one cable around, if I recall, just to, you know, stream from it. Because that's how I streamed it last time, was not Swords, Shorts. S-H-O-R-T-S. Look, when it comes to SHs, I cannot do SHs. SHs, S's, PH, P, C, and B, I believe, are the ones. I believe those are the letters I have trouble saying. Yeah, I know it's on SNES Classic 8. That's how I streamed it last time. Just in case I'm still saying it wrong, or people are mishearing it. But yeah, still a great game. I would recommend it to anyone. Great game. The next Switch game, we're getting to some of the good ones. Let's talk about this one. Let's talk about Xenoblade Chronicles, the first one. When I first did this, I was very hesitant on playing the Xenoblade games. Nah, he's not making fun of anything. He just misheard it. I understand. My SHs sound like SWs. Like sort. Like, yeah, I understand. Especially if I say it too fast. Like, sort's format. Oh, that's joking? I mean, I couldn't tell if I was joking or not, so I just had to clarify. But yeah, Xenoblade 1. The hierarchy of the Xenoblade series, I was really hesitant on. I was really hesitant on because, I wasn't a fan of what I heard of the gameplay. Like, it was like MMO gameplay. That's what I remember. And I'm like, do I really want to? I don't like MMO style gameplay. But, because I was doing the Smash Fest at the time, which for those who don't know, Smash Fest was a celebration of Smash Bros. Of the new Smash game at the time. The first one was for, Smash 4. The second one was for Ultimate. So when Smash 4 came out, I was like, let me do Smash Fest. I'm gonna do one game per character from this game. If there's characters, multiple characters, for the same series, I'll group it together if I have to. So there was a Mario game, a Luigi game. I think that's one of this, Luigi Mansion, maybe. A Peach game, which I don't think I did Super Princess Peach that time. I did Earthbound. Earthbound was in, the first Smash Fest. Hold on. 1 second. Let me look. Let me go check. Oh god, Raura did more Super Mario 64. Raura, warning! Raura did more Super Mario 64. So for Smash Fest 1, I did Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, Dr. Mario Tetris, Yoshi's Cookies, Mega Man 7, Kirby Superstar, Donkey Kong Land, Punch-Out, Kid Icarus, F-Zero, Star Fox, Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, Fire Emblem, Mystery of the Emblem, Book 1 and Book 2. Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Keep in mind this is back in 2015. Sonic the Hedgehog. 1, 2, and 3, I believe. Yep, 1, 2, and 3. Earthbound. Earthbound was the finale to Smash Fest 1. So, Smash Fest 1 began August 26, 2014. And it ended at... Let me see where it ended at. It ended on... So this was August of 2014. The last one was June 2nd, 2015. So it was a full year of almost Smash. Pokemon TCG, oh god. So, Smash Fest 1 ends June 2nd, 2015. Smash Fest 2 begin January 8th, 2019. So, 2019, so 4 years in between Smash Fest. So, 4 years between Smash 4 and Ultimate. Now, here's what I did for Smash Fest 2. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Super Mario Odyssey, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yes, Final Fantasy VII Remake was added to Smash Fest. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Super Mario Galaxy, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Dragon Quest XI, Super Metroid, Xenoblade Chronicles. So, Smash Fest 2 made me do Xenoblade Chronicles. Super Punch-Out, Sonic Mania, Mega Man 11, Castlevania. And then I did, Brawl. And Brawl and oh my god. So this was what, January 8th, 2019? So, January 8th, 2019. That's when it began, right? Oh, I see what happened. Between Street Fighter 2 and Super Mario Odyssey, I didn't do the next one until October. Yeah, there's a little, there's some, time discrepancies between streams. So the last part of Smash Fest 2 was November 30th, 2021. That was the last time we did Smash Fest. I will do Mode 3 at some point, don't worry. I will do that. It's all I might do with it. But yeah, when I finally got around to doing Xenoblade Chronicles the first, I was very iffy on it. I was playing it, and I was like, I don't know if I like this very much. But, you know, I spent money on it. I didn't want to just give up, so I kept going. And, you know, eventually, I kind of liked it a little bit. But ultimately, it kind of was just okay. The story was good at the start, but it got bad at the end, I feel. Or was that vice versa? No, it was good at the start, but bad near the end. Likewise, Xenoblade 2, bad at the start, good at the end. It kind of like reversed each other. I did like the characters in Xenoblade Chronicles. I like the characters in all of the Xenoblade games. For those of you who are wondering, yes, my favorite character in 1 is Melia. Melia's the one I use the most. My favorite character in 2, well, I mean, I had to use Rex, but, who did I use the most in 2? I know I used Cassandra, I used Kyra and Mithra, because why wouldn't you? I don't remember. Oh, Cosmos. Yeah, when I got Cosmos, I started using Cosmos. Weird Bird Girl. And what, 3? You're talking about Uni? Uni's the boss. But, Uni was pretty great. I do like Uni. Also, that's not how you spell Uni. That is not how you spell Uni. But, like, Lon was pretty great in 3. Senna was pretty great. Hyon was pretty good. Like, everyone was great in 3, honestly. Everyone was good in 2. Everyone was good in 1. Honestly, I think 3 had the best gameplay. The fact that you didn't game over if the main character you're controlling dies, didn't get revived, that was a big improvement. Also, you had like everyone that could fight at once. That was amazing. You had like your entire main character squad fighting at once. The hero system was interesting. Honestly, I also like the way that the blade system works in 2. But the way that the burst system worked was a little bit awkward. You hate the gameplay. Why is that? It was too boring. I mean, isn't that true for like all Casino Blade games? I mean, I had to do it that way so that I didn't die. Like, a lot of people probably would have done it and bum rush damage. I fought to survive. I didn't want to die. The way I play games is completely different from other people, I feel. I'm a survivalist. I want to survive, okay? I don't want to die. I probably was unoptimized too. But hey, it worked, right? I won every fight. I beat that level 115 boss at level 90. First try. I was fully going in and expecting to die. 45 minutes later, I beat him. First try. How? I don't know. Because Xeno's the boss. Yeah, Xeno's the boss. Uh-huh. Yep. But yeah, the story for 3 was kinda interesting too. I think one of the big things about the Xeno Blade games that I liked was exploring. Because it's like, wow, how do you get there? And then you find out it's like, wow, I went through a level 80 area to get here. I'm not supposed to be here. The amount of time I ran through level 80, 90 areas at like level 30, 40 and managed to get through is insane. Also, you know what I like about Xenoblade 2 and 3? And this is a thing that I hate about Xenoblade 1. Spikes. Spikes. Oh my god, screw spikes in 1. Spikes were such a bad mechanic in 1. It was such a bad mechanic. Who had the bad mechanic? Who? I don't remember what it was, though. Also, who was, very, sexy, I guess you can say. Like, yeah, it was, a very, sexy game. I feel like. More so than 1 and 3. 3 was more about love. More or less. Love and trying to break the cycle and just living. They're all about trying to break a cycle and living. That's what they're all about. That's what the Xenoblades are about. But, let me tell you, 2 was a little bit more horny than, 1 and 3, I feel. Like, a lot more horny. Especially with character design. I also get the Horna Golden Country for 2, and, the Melia one for 1. You will pet that cat. And you will pet that, legendary Blade, who is wearing something very skimpy. But yeah, the extra content, Horna and, Future connected, they were okay. I mean, they connected the games. Oh no, I wasn't talking about Blade Nia. I was talking about, Pyra. I was talking about Pyra because, you look at Pyra and it's like... It's just like, good day, you madam. What is that you are wearing, madam? I thought Pyra and Mithra were interesting characters. Zeke, though. Zeke was a great guy. Freaking silly Zeke. Moving on from Xenoblade, because I don't have a whole lot to add to that. You know who else I like? I like Sulk. I thought Sulk was a good character. Yeah, they were a bit generic, you're not wrong. But I mean, sometimes that's what happens. I didn't mind Sulk, really. Rex was a little bit, like, aggravating at first, but, like, Rex is okay. Noah, I think is the best of the 3 protagonists, though. Noah and Mio are the best, protagonists in the series, I think. Yeah, OG Aerith and Tifa. I mean, OG Aerith was okay. OG Tifa felt more flat to me. Moving on! We have 2 more games left. First we have Tales of Vesperia, which is probably one of my favorite Tales games. Yes, I mean, Tifa wasn't flat, but she was flat. So, Tales of Vesperia is probably one of my favorite Tales games. This is why I said that there's probably other games that are higher up than Symphonia. Vesperia is probably one of those games. The characters were all likable, unless your name is Carol. The story was great, the gameplay was great. The world was interesting. Like, I love that game. Like, Yuri was such a great character. He was such a great main character. Estelle, I liked it. I liked Estelle. I thought Estelle was great. Judith and Patty. Judith and Patty. Or, not Judith. Carol and Patty. Is what I meant to say. Carol and Patty? I mean, Patty kind of just exists, and Carol is Carol. Judith, though. Judy is probably the best character in the game. I think Judith is the best character in the game. Not so much just because of her looks, but in terms of personality, in terms of combat, Judith is so good. She is smug. She is a smug elf. She was also a wet elf. I remember when I first said that, I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna regret this. But I mean, she was swimming in water. She was a wet elf. What can I say? Elf in water. And was I supposed to take the elves in the water swimming around? And then we got Flynn. Was it Flynn? I think that was his name, right? That was the knight guy, the paladin guy. He was kind of generic, really. And then we had Rapide. Rapide kind of was there. Rapide didn't really do much in the story. Actually, did Rapide do anything in the story? And then you had Sephiroth. You might as well call him Sephiroth Alucard. Who was the main villain? And the Raven. Freaking Raven. If Judith wasn't the best character in the game, I feel like Raven would have been. Because Raven was so goofy. He is such a goofy character. And like, the game's not difficult. There's a couple hard spots, but like, the game's honestly not hard. It's a very solid RPG that I would recommend to anyone. If you like Tales of Symphonia, you're gonna love Tales of Vesperia. I guarantee it. And now, we reach the final Switch game that we're gonna talk about. I cannot believe this has gone on for 5 hours. I'm kind of glad Bono wasn't streaming today at the same time. Aw. So what's the final Switch game? Anyone know? What have I not talked about? What game have I not talked about? How about this? Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I have so many mixed feelings on this game. Like, it is a game I feel could have been so much more. Like, it could have been so better. So much more better. And here's the thing, I do like the game. Despite all the jank, all the bad hitboxes and stuff, I do genuinely like the game. But it's all the bad stuff that drags it down. Like, it's so much stuff that it just gets dragged down. And it's sad. It makes me sad to think of how much Ultimate could have been. Like, and it's not even just the game, it's also the people. There are so many bad people in the game, too. And not just, you know, gameplay-wise, but attitude-wise. Because, reminder, I was in the Smash community. It is a bad community overall. It really is. There are genuinely good people. There are good people. Like, none particular. Despite how bad of a person I was in that guy, and I will say, I was a bad person. I was one of those people who would get mad super easily all the time, and I would hype out how I felt, and it's usually not at the player. It was usually at myself. And I know, people don't want to hear that. They're there to have fun, and don't want to hear you get mad at yourself, calling yourself, like, putting yourself down, getting mad at the game. But that's the kind of person I was in the Ultimate community. I never really got mad at the other player, except in very specific situations. And that's mostly because of how the people were. But like, I was that way towards none, and there was even a point where I banned playing people, because I just didn't like playing for people. And none was on that list for a good long time. And then I abolished the list. And, like, I don't know, man. There was something wrong with me during the Ultimate era. Like, maybe I was getting too into competitive Smash, which, you know, competitive Smash is its own thing. But, like, I feel bad. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saw how I was with XR hate, and you probably know how it was in Soku. When I get competitive, a lot of the times, it's not me getting mad at the other person. It's usually at myself or the game. Like, one of the very rare instances where I got mad at hate, and I think hate remembers this, was when hate would wake up mass and get away with it. Despite me doing things perfectly, he'd wake up masses and get away with stuff. Like, wake up, whale. And I would get hit by a whale for like 50% of my life. Part of that was me, yeah, that's why the 4-8 battles have been fun. That's why I wanted to do the 4-8 battles. Because I don't want to be that mad. It's kind of why I'm hesitant on playing XR again. But I do want to get better at XR. I do want to get better at Accent Core and MDC2 and CBS2. I do want to get better at games. But I'm afraid to because I know how my temper is. And like, I don't know if you really ever got mad at me. Personally, hate. I know you got mad at the characters I played. Like, I know Dizzy and Elfelt were very infuriating to you. I know that the game sometimes was infuriating to you. But I don't know if me, myself, was ever making you feel infuriated. I'm sure I'm sure I was. Because of the way I was. And I remember saying to you too that if you actually put time into your Kai, I thought that your Kai would have been super great. And I know, you said that too, you were in it just to have fun. Which is the problem when playing someone who was trying to always improve. It's kind of why I tried to use like Johnny or Potemkin or Soul later on and try to break that up. Because I wasn't good with Johnny or Soul or Potemkin. But I tried to use them to break up Gizzy and Elfelt because I knew they'd make you upset. But even then, I felt like you still were getting upset with them. And like, that's the thing with Nun too. I think Nun was just trying to have fun. That's the thing with a lot of people I play. They were just trying to have fun. But because I'm overly competitive and I get mad at myself whenever I'm not doing as well as I know I should be doing, or I think I should be doing, then all the fun starts getting taken out of the picture, you know? Because then I start getting a little bit too vocal. Now, maybe I don't on stream, because you saw how I was with, whenever I get mad in fighting games, I just mute myself. And I try to avoid hyping anything, because I end up hyping things that are, not necessarily good. I have gotten a lot better about that. I don't really do that very much anymore. And I don't really mute myself as much anymore. Yes, venomous. I get very venomous with myself, in particular. It's also why I kind of stopped playing Ho-Ho years ago, because I got that way with Ho-Ho. And I'm gonna be real about something. and this is something that, people don't know. And I don't do this anymore. I haven't done this in many, 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 many years. But, back during the old Ho-Ho games, I don't know if Gamer knows about this too, but, there were times where, in the shoot-em-ups and the fighting game both, where if I got mad enough, you know about the controller issue. That was like a fighting game. Ho-Ho RPG left? What do you mean? But yeah, aside from the controller, what do you think I used to do to myself when I got angry back then? No, this was like 13 years ago, so I learned to stop doing this, because it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. And this is something that, if you do this, please stop. It's not worth it. There's no reason to do it. It's not gonna help you get better. It's not gonna help you. It's not gonna help. All you're doing is causing yourself problems. And if you're doing it to the point that you're causing yourself too much problems, please see a doctor. Please talk to someone, because you don't need to do it. And if you haven't figured out what I'm talking about, I used to punch myself. I used to get so mad that I actually punched myself a few times. That didn't last very long, because I learned, like, why am I doing this? This is stupid. Stop doing this. There's no reason for this. What's this gonna accomplish? So yeah, if you're doing that, and if you think that's gonna help you, stop. Yeah, that's kind of why I also stopped playing Ho-Ho games back then. Now, obviously, I'm still doing Ho-Ho games now, but I'm a lot more, you know, mature, let's say, than I used to be. Now, I'll still get a little bit upset, but, you know. Oh, that's what you're talking about, right. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing. You did, I got it. But yeah. That was what I used to do in the Ho-Ho era. In Ultimate, keep in mind, for those who don't know, I did get banned from a couple, Smash servers. One of them was a, beginner server. And the reason they banned me from that was because I would just SD all the time. Whenever I thought when things didn't go right, let's say. Like, if I was down in my last stock and my opponent had all their stocks, I would just SD. Or if I would get, Wonko Congo by throw, I would just SD. Yeah, it was all fine game servers. Two of them were Smash. Again, the, beginner one was because I would SD a lot. And apparently they also banned me because I argue. And all I did was just argue about why I did that. The other Smash server, I don't remember, honestly. I do not remember. Oh no, that one, like, oh yeah, because of the same reason. They basically just banned me because I SD'd a lot. One of the servers I left because it was, back then they used to have these, like, groups, I guess you could call them. And I was trying to get into one of these groups for, like, group battles. And I went pretty much even with the, guy that was asking me. I did a couple things and I was like, I tried selling it during the Hess, and they never let me in. They never let me in, even though I would go even with something. Now, one of them was just a complete jerk. This guy just never let anyone in. He would always say no to people, it felt like. And some specific people, which I don't know why. But, like, I always got that guy. Always. And he would always say no to me. And that would always cost me enough to get in. It was ridiculous. And what's funny is, there was another Zelda player that was basically, we were basically around, on par with one another. That Zelda player managed to get in, and let that one in just perfectly fine. What did I do differently? I don't know what I did differently. It felt like they didn't like me. It felt like they didn't like me at all. I eventually ended up leaving it because it's like, why am I even staying here? I'm not gonna get in Hooper Crew. And then there was, one more Smash community I was in. Outside of the Zelda Court, which they technically didn't ban me. They banned me from the, Friendlies channel. But I'm not gonna go into that. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into that. But, there was one other channel which was called Scrub City. I didn't really play there very much, but a lot of the people I played there, I was able to win against. There was a Guilty Gear server. There was one Guilty Gear server that banned me. Because I would just give up. Because it's like, oh, I'm not like, this, you're at full health. I can't do anything about this. So I just gave up. Which is funny because, I have a clip of where I was at basically pixel life. The opponent was at almost full life, and I managed to, you know, win. It was a dizzy mirror, by the way, too. Like, I was doing everything wrong, and I ended up with pixel health, and I managed to come back and win. I don't know. Sometimes my brain just says, you're done, give up. Like, just start over. But yeah, that Guilty Gear server was just, I don't know, man. Okay, like, I feel like a lot of the problems with these servers is, they just don't listen. Like, if you bring up points to people, they just don't listen. And if you try to talk about specific things, they just don't listen. I am in a couple other Guilty Gear servers right now, but I don't really talk in them because it's like, I don't have a reason to. But yeah, like, I just wish Ultimate was better. I just wish Ultimate was better, because I do like the game. The reason why I like the game is I like the characters. I do like the characters. I like most of the cast. I like how all the games, how all the characters play. What I don't like is being thrown to death, because bros in Smash are stupid. I don't like just getting instantly killed because I get touched once. Right, Luigi? Like, right, Bayonetta? I don't like how the game decides to randomly turn you around or do random stuff. Let me be real. Smash Bros is what made me hate Bros. I hate Bros because of Smash. Because of characters like Luigi. Because of characters like, wrong, because the characters like, Paulina can do the same thing with stupid throw stuff. King K. Rool. Who else was there? There was someone else who had stupid throws. Yeah. But, like, I guess there was some characters that were just not fun to fight against. Like, Mega Man was so lame to fight. I did not like fighting Mega Man at all. It was my most least... I think Mega Man was my least favorite fight. Because it's just like, okay, I have to deal with pellet spam. I can't get close to him. And if he does, he's just gonna spin away, just jump away, pew pew pew. And then there's like Leaf Shield and Metal Blade and all that stuff. It was really, really annoying. Like, here's the thing. There's a lot of stupid combos in Smash. And there's a lot of ways where you just die in one hit. Like, it gets frustrating. Especially when you're doing everything right and you die because you're doing the right thing. That was something that annoyed me. Like, okay, I'm doing everything right. Why did I die? And not to mention, sometimes things, they just don't work. Like, my Nehru invincibility just don't work. And you know what else was annoying? Trying to get off platforms. Platforms are so stupid to get off of. They're really annoying to get off of. But yeah, I think that's enough for Smash Ultimate. We could sit here for hours talking about Smash Ultimate. Let's wrap this up. So, PlayStation 4 is the final thing we're going to talk about. So, the PS4, yeah, I gotta watch my blood pressure, because I don't need that to go any higher. PS4. So, I'm gonna put it at A for right now, because it does have some very good stuff. I'm probably gonna increase it here in a second. So let's talk about, this console. So I'm looking at the console. If there's one thing I wish that was more obvious about the console, I really wish that the, buttons were obvious. Like the on-off button and the, yes button. Because sometimes my brain just goes, where the hell are these buttons? I remember when I first, got the PS4, I'm just like, how do I turn this on? I don't know where the on button is. I do like the PS4 controller. It's what I use for, PC. I still would prefer the PS2 controller, though. That's my preferred controller. Alright, the games. Let's talk about the games. So, let's get some of the easy ones out of the way. The King of Fighters 14. And the King of Fighters 15. They're both pretty similar from what I know. So, KOF 15 was the game I was going to go to after I quit Smash. But ultimately I went to Guilty Gear Xrd instead. I don't know if I'm ever going to go back to KOF 15. Mostly because I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to play online. So there's no point in me really learning KOF 15 right now. And I have to learn 3 characters, which is a little bit of a problem. I don't know how much RAM I have left to memorize 3 characters in a fighting game. It's not a bad game though, but I haven't played it enough to know. Way of the Pacifist. I don't know how many people actually remember this stream. It was an interesting game. It's an interesting game to learn how to do parries. Because that's how you have to do damage. You have to parry enough to do damage. It was a fun game. It could get really difficult. But it was a really, really fun game. A King's Hell Final Fantasy 15. Standard beat 'em up. Nothing too interesting. It was just a fun little extra on the PS4. Capcom Fine Collection. Some of these games are listed in other sections, so they're not listed here. But Super Jumpfire Mini Mix, meh. Cyberfox was an interesting game. I don't know if we're ever gonna play Cyberfox, but it was an interesting game. Red Earth. I don't think Red Earth was really that great. And you only get like 4 characters too, which kinda limits what you can do by a lot. Crisis Core Final Fantasy Reunion. We talked about this with Crisis Core OG. Don't need to go over that again. Ah, yes! Another game that was really hard to get on YouTube. Because I had to turn off music. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the Hinokami Chronicles. It was fun to play through and revisit the anime. It really was. It was very standard in the gameplay. If you knew how to seize the AI, then it wasn't really hard. And I got to see a little bit of the Infinity Train arc, which I did not see, and I still need to watch. I really need to do. I really need to watch some Demon Slayer. Dragon Quest Heroes 1 and 2. They were okay games. They were okay. They're Muso games. They did get very repetitive though, as, you know, Muso games do. It probably didn't help that I stuck with specific characters. So in 1, I stuck with Nara, like, all the time, with a little bit of Jessica. And then I eventually went to Harry. And then in 2 was like mostly Harry. Because Harry's broken. Freaking Harry, dude. Why wouldn't you use that guy? So that may not have helped with both the Dragon Quest games. Also, spending like 5 hours on the Super Boss probably didn't help either. But they're okay games. If you want to play Dragon Quest Muso, they work. Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's a game. It is a game. It's a very solid game. However, despite how good the game is, I will say it's very, very linear. There's not really a whole lot to do in that game. There is in the side quests, but at the same time, there's not really a whole lot to do. I'm gonna be honest. Now, I will say, the game is amazing for how it handles the characters. Like, Barrett is the best character. Barrett is hands down the best character. Aerith would be right up there with Barrett. Cloud, pretty good. Tifa, I mean, it's Tifa. And like, even some of the guys you don't normally see, like Reeve. Reeve was pretty cool. Palmer was very, very, you know, douchebaggish. Hojo was very, as you can imagine, Hojo being creepy. Sephiroth was, you know, he was Sephiroth. But yeah, overall, Final Fantasy VII Remake, a good game, great story, great characters, but a little too linear. But that's the style of RPG. Now, you want to talk about a different type of game? Let's talk about Final Fantasy 15. I played the Royal Edition, which had extra content. I'm not sure what to think about Final Fantasy 15. On one hand, it was an interesting experience. On the other hand, it sucked. It just sucked. Like, exploring was cool and all, but it was so empty. Combat was very repetitive. Once you got old enough, combat didn't really mean a whole lot. A lot of the extra quests sucked. They were either too hanky of a boss or really bad dungeons. Haha. Ha. Got one dungeon that took me 6 hours. Oh my god, I never want to do that again. But overall, it's just a mediocre game that could have been so much better. Now, Final Fantasy Type 0, that is a weird game. It's an RPG, action-styled RPG. Kind of like Final Fantasy 7 Remake, but way before, because it was on PSP originally, I think. It might have been on like PS3, I don't remember. It's a weird game. It was a little bit boring, I will say. The story tried to be something interesting, but I feel like it fell flat. It was trying to be a school in war, which, you know, honestly, I think Final Fantasy VIII did better. And, like, the characters were all just one type of character. One type of specific character per playable character. In terms of personality, in terms of playability. Most of the characters I didn't really care for. I did not care for, like, most of the cast. And the optional stuff sucked. By the way, apparently Gilgamesh in this game is the first time that Gilgamesh is supposed to be part of the series. Like, that's supposed to be the original Gilgamesh. I don't know if it's the same Gilgamesh, but it's that Gilgamesh. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. That was a weird game. That's like a Dark Souls game. Equal Greg. So, Final Fantasy Origins was a remake of Final Fantasy 1, but more nitty-gritty. Yeah, it could have been better. I do like Sarah. I like Sarah's design. It was very elegant, but you never get to see Sarah very much. Jack was an interesting character, but they could have done more with Jack. Especially if they were going to hijack it in the series like they did. I will say, it was interesting that some of the areas were based on other FFs. Like, they literally just ruined FF6 Floating Continent. They literally just ruined Ultimate Weapon for Final Fantasy VI as a boss. And it's just like, what? Like, Nani? Like, the game wasn't really even that hard either. Like, the funny thing is, I didn't use like 90% of what the game gave me. I basically stuck with a couple classes, and that's it. It's like, why do I need to use these other classes when these classes work just fine for me? See, that's the problem with me in games. If I find something that works, I will just stick with it until it doesn't work. And then I'll try something else. But, like, the game never forced me to change, so, like, why should I change, right? Yeah, it's never meant to focus. I mean, kinda, a little bit sometimes. FF9 was kinda serious. FF10 was kinda serious. Alright, so, the last Final Fantasy game is not the last Final Fantasy game. World of Final Fantasy. This is if you mix Pokemon with Final Fantasy, the game. They say that Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is the intro to FF. I say no. World of Final Fantasy is the intro to FF. If you want to start with a Final Fantasy that's not Final Fantasy and you want to ease your way in, World of Final Fantasy works. And it's not a bad game. It's really not a bad game. Now, the final boss is kind of BS. Like, the final fight, that's kind of BS. But, like, overall, the game was okay. It wasn't too bad. And I didn't mind, Rain and Lawn. They were okay. Now, the last Final Fantasy game. Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. The game that they were banking on being good, but ultimately failed. And because it failed, they won't make any more Dissidia games like it. I feel like the problem with Dissidia games is the way they handle combat in general. Like, I don't mind the characters, the graphics, characters, they're fine. It's the way the combat's handled. You're so limited on what you can do that you're basically doing the exact same motions over and over and over. And it's even worse in the Dissidia games than like, than in actual fighting games. And Dissidia NT had the issue where you couldn't actually play the full story mode until you leveled up to a specific level. Which is like, why are you locking the story behind grinding? Yeah, I wasn't too big of controls of Dissidia, really. So I had to sit there for like 2 hours, 3 hours, grinding one map with Yscula, because that was the fastest way of getting all the fragments and do all the story mode. That was the first stream. The first stream was me just doing that. You know what I kinda wish we got with Dissidia NT? I wonder what Ultima would look like. Because that's one of the good things about Dissidia, is you get to see what some characters look like in 3D. And you get to hear what they might sound like. I am curious how Ultima would have been. But, they probably would have thrown in someone else like Galita or, someone else that wasn't Ultima. And I feel like she would have been interesting. It would have been more females too, which Dissidia doesn't have too many of. I was gonna get the DLC for Dissidia NT, but it's like, I'm buying DLC for a game that I'm only really gonna play once. Do I really want to do that? Not really. And it's not cheap either. Like, each character's like $8 or something. So if you want to get all the characters, it's going to cost as much as the game. Which, no thank you. Continuing on with RPGs, I feel like PS4 turned into the RPG genre again. Kingdom Hearts 0.2. Yeah, it is a bit of a sausage fest. And I would have liked to see how Renoa was too. Renoa looked interesting. And Yuna was more interesting too. I'm also surprised that they put in Renoa. When I first saw it, I'm like, what? They're putting Renoa in? They're not putting in Cypher? I was expecting, like, Cypher or Laguna. But they put Renoa. And it's like, wow. Renoa. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 0.2. It was an interesting little diversion from the rest of Kingdom Hearts. That's the Aqua game, for those who don't know. It played pretty fluidly, and it also wasn't that long. It was only like 10 hours long or something. It wasn't a very long game. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. You know what? I'm not a fan of Dream Drop Distance. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm not a fan of the switching mechanic. I'm not a fan of the enemy designs. I'm not a fan of the combat, really. I'm just not a fan of the game. And I'm not really a fan of the story, either. It's just... Yeah, it should have fully been one of them. Not switch between the two. It just felt... It felt... blah, you know? Which is saying a lot because Kingdom Hearts 3 is the next one. And while Kingdom Hearts 3 is better than Dream Drop Distance, I feel like Kingdom Hearts 3 dropped the ball on a few things. Like, combat was a lot more interesting with the different Keyblades and stuff, but, Keyblades and abilities, rather. But I feel like, some of the enemies on critical mode were just dumb. They were just outright dumb. I hated a lot of enemies on critical mode. Areas were too freaking massive, dude. Like, the areas weren't too big. That was my biggest gripe. Why were the areas so freaking huge? Yeah, I also played crit, so that factor in. But, yeah, like, the areas, too big. Shrink them down. You don't need areas that freaking huge. Like, guys, please, please. Like, San Francisco was one of the worst maps to explore. It was interesting, but it was so bad to try to find anything there. Because it's just a massive city that you're just looking through. Most things die in like 2 hits. I wouldn't know. I haven't played normal or hard in like forever. I don't think I've ever played the hard mode. Or proud. I've only ever played normal and crit. But yeah, again you get to like the super bosses, and the super bosses sure are something. Let me tell you, they sure are something. Yasora sure is something, but Yasora is still easier than Mysterious Figure. Mostly because controls are better. Which one? Kingdom Hearts 3? Yeah, I think they increased the difficulty on crit mode. Oh no, crit mode got added in later. That's right. They added crit mode later. That was an indie game originally. That's right. I forgot all about that. Alright. Next up we have a couple interesting things. So, let's start with this. Guilty Gear Xrd Sign. Technically, I played this on Steam, but it's PS4, so I'm put it in the PS4 category. It's at Sark. Just a worse at Sark. A very, very worse at Sark. So let's move on to at Sark Revelator 2, which is a much better game. Much better. In terms of Guilty Gear, I feel like this and Accent Core are the best Guilty Gear game. We're gonna throw Strife into the mix because I have Strife as well. And Strife, I feel, is not that good. Strife doesn't feel like a Guilty Gear game to me, is the problem. It feels slow. Airgasm feels sluggish unless they fix stuff in regards to the speed. This is what I remember. And honestly, I just didn't really care for the cast. Like, the default cast is like, okay, I guess I'll use Soul. And Kai, and that's really all that interests me. That's what killed my interest in Strife. Aside from gameplay, I just didn't care about the characters. I used Ram. I thought Ram fit me, but like, I couldn't do combos with a lick. Now we got all the DLC, we got Elfelt, we got Johnny, we got Dizzy coming out. But guess what? I really don't want to play Strife, even if Dizzy comes out. I really don't want to. It feels bad to me. Yeah, we have Slayer. Yeah, Slayer's back, because, you know, we have to have the broken character back. Broken in every game ever. But if you want to play a Guilty Gear game that feels like Guilty Gear and feels good to play most of the time, I would say Accent Core or Revelator 2. Yeah, I kind of get your power range. I just heard a siren. But yeah, despite how much me and Hate will gripe about Xrd, Revelator 2, or Revelator, yeah, Rev 2, despite how much we will gripe about, it's still a pretty solid fighting game. It really is. It is still a pretty good fighting game. She's gonna be coming out in October, I believe. I believe it's in October. So yeah, to be honest, I would not mind playing more people like Xrd. But I am gonna be very, very rusty. And I'm probably not gonna be talking while playing, because usually when I play, I don't hawk. Alright, next up, we have Resident Evil 4 Remake. You know what? I do like Resident Evil 4 Remake. I think it took Resident Evil 4 and made it better. And if you don't like the remake, you can still go back and play the original. They're different enough that the original is still its own thing. Honestly, both Resident Evil 4 games are good. They're both great. You never beat the original? It's interesting to play one of them and go play the other and see how different they are. It's like how I went and played Resident Evil 4. I played the Wii first, or the GameCube version, I think, which was a lot more difficult for me. And then I played the remake after that, and it's like, wow! This is, what, in OG 4 or in remake? In remake, I think Ashley's great. I think the way they handle her in remake is great. In OG, she wasn't too bad. Like, it made her sound like she was super whiny and stuff, but like, only at first. Only at first I feel like she was. I also prefer her design in the original compared to remake, honestly. If I'm to be honest. Alright, we're down at the final 3. The final 3 for PS4. Oh my god, this is gonna be a 6-hour stream. And I'm gonna go through this relatively quickly. Let's start with Hails of Arise. So, Hails of Arise, I think was my 4th Hails game, I want to say. Maybe it was my 3rd, I don't remember. I feel like it could have been a lot better, honestly. I really do. Like, the characters, I didn't really care for. The story, it was a Saturday morning cartoon. Yeah, it could have been real good. It could have been super great. But the story is so bad. Like, the story is what? Go get this piece? Then, like, can do like a anime arc in this area? Then go get this piece of the next area? I'm like... And then they try throwing this big villain guy, and it's like, who are you? I don't even know who you are, dude. You showed up like once or twice in this entire game. And we killed you once. It's just, it's not good. It's really not a great game. I know Kiara loves it. If I recall, Kiara loves that game. But for me, it's just like, I don't think the game's that great. Yeah, I couldn't tell you anything about the characters. I couldn't tell you anything about the characters off the top of my head. Like, none of them were memorable enough. You want characters that are memorable? Let's go Hails of Berseria. That is how you do a good Hails game. I put that on par with Vesperia and Symphonia. It's that good of a game. It really is. It is a very, very solid game. Velvet is amazing. What is that samurai's name? Rengoku? Rengoku? I think it's Rengoku. Samurai Man was pretty great. Aizen was amazing. I don't remember her name. The little priest lady. I don't remember her name. L. It starts with an E. I know that much. Lacazette, meh. Lacazette was fair. And there was, what was the witch's name? What was your name? I know your name. I know your name. I know your name. Oh, clown lady, what is your name? Ah! I forget her name, and she was a good character, too. I feel bad. Like, Magalu, that's right, Magalu. How can I forget her name? And then, oh, was it Eleanor? Is that who the priest lady is? I think it's Eleanor. Like, everyone was great. All the main characters were great. The villains were villains. They were all good. The story was great. Silly moments we had. The gameplay felt fantastic, even if I only stuck with Velvet. Because Velvet was, you know, God here. Why would I not use Velvet? I think I did try to use Aizen and, Rengoku, but I don't think they really worked out very well. And I don't like using mages in Hale's games, because they're just send ducks half the time. We'll get to an exception to that here in a little bit. But yeah, like, that game had a great story, great characters, great battle system. It was overall great. Is it better than Gasperia and Symphonia? I think it's equal. I think all three games are equal. They're all equally good. All great characters, all great stories, all great battle systems. Although Symphonia is a little bit outdated, it was still fine. It is the same timeline, actually. Berseria takes place 1,000 years before Cesteria, and Hales of Cesteria is the final game we're talking about. Now, that game was a mixed bag. On one hand, it had good characters. The story was okay. The battle system was pretty good. I feel like the areas were a little bit empty. A little boring. Like, I feel like Berseria, Gasperia, and Symphonia have more interesting, the weird sexual tension between Mikleo and Sorey. Yeah. And can we talk about Sorey? Sorey is like the epitome of I am good. My name is Sorey. I am the good of everything. Sorey is the hero of heroes that even heroes of heroes wish to be. Dude, Flynn has nothing compared to Sorey. Okay? Sorey is like the ultimate good guy. Flynn has nothing compared to that guy. And can we talk about how great Edna is? How great Edna and Speed are? Diesel was pretty okay. Rose was pretty great. But you know who was the best character? Do you know who was the best character? It has to go to Lila, in my opinion. I think Lila was probably the best character out of all of them. Which is funny, because you would think that some other character would be, because Lila is a mage. And I don't use mages. But Lila's playstyle fit me so well. My PFP? Did I have her as my PFP? I did have her as my PFP. I forgot about that. I actually forgot I had her as my PFP for a while on Discord. But like, I feel like she is goofy. She's the goofiest one out of all cast, I feel. I don't know, Sabik's pretty damn goofy. Sabik is pretty goofy. It's hard to talk that guy. I mean, I always liked Dizzy from way back when. It's just that, you know, I started playing Xrd and Dizzy just grew on me more. But yeah, also, Lila's the best looking character in that game, I think. I feel like out of all the females in Cesteria, I feel like Lila's the best looking one. Like, Rose is okay, the princess is okay, I forgot her name. Edna, I mean, it's Edna. But yeah, I think Lila is the best looking in that game. The best looking, the best in terms of personality, although that's really hard to test because, I mean, really hard to put anyone as best personality because, I mean, there's Edna, Lila, Zabig. All three of them are really great. Mikleo, I don't know if Mikleo was super great. He wasn't bad, but, I mean, it's Mikleo. He is, in fact, Mikleo. Mikiel. I shall call him Mikiel. Hey, Mickey. Or I shall call him Mike. Mike and Sorry. Served is, I mean, May is more from Rush Down. Like, the whole thing with May that you want to do is force them into situations where you get the command grab. And then you do like 50% life off of command grab. That's what she's trying to, that's her main goal. She's fishing to get your risk high, so she could command grab you, dizzy you, and then just outright kill you. But yeah, Cesteria, I feel like has a... I don't know, is Cesteria's combat weaker than Berseria? That's really hard to, yeah, see what Pot isn't. But, I don't know. Berseria and Cesteria both had good battle system. You know, I said Symphonia has an outdated battle system, but, Gasperia uses that battle system. Well, Gasperia is also pretty easy, and you can run around. But yeah, I think it goes... Berseria, Gasperia, Symphonia, and then it goes to, Cesteria. And that is all we are going to talk about. We are done. 6 hours of talking today alone. Oh my god. How do I talk for so long? Bro. How do I talk for so long? I surprised myself. Am I secretly a good Zatsudaner? Am I secretly good at doing Zatsudan? Do I really need to go into doing more Zatsudans? But if I do that, I'll run out of things to Zatsudan about. Let's take one final look at this. So, all of this is unknown pile. Always have been. All of these is the unknown pile of those that I never touched or I played games for, but I can't really speak on. Because, I never owned them. Like the PS3, I never owned, the 3DS, I never owned Xbox 360. Yeah. Where you going? Why are you sliding that way? Go back over here. And then we go to the seat here, which it's not bad, but you know, it's kind of like, you could probably do better than this. Why is the PS5 here? So we got Pong, which, I mean, you know, is probably at the very bottom. You got the Genesis. I didn't know there was multiple Genesis. Xbox 360, Game Boy, new 3DS, and 3DS. I mean, yeah, I think you could be good with Kai, Sin, and Raven. If you put time into them. Beat here is here that I would say it has some pretty good stuff on it. But I don't know how much of it will cater to everyone. But it does have good stuff on it, so you can give it a look. So Dreamcast, N64, NES, GBA, DS, PSP, GameCube, Wii, and PS5. PS5's a weird one because, for me personally, I have not seen very many PS5 games that interest me. I don't see very many games that interest me at all lately. It kinda sucks. It's just like, I look at games and I'm like, that doesn't really interest me. Yeah, you do get greedy and lose with Sin. Give me just a second. I had to take a look at this. I had to take a look at this that gamer sent me. All these Steam reviews for Marvel vs. Capcom. All the Steam reviews that I'm seeing with Marvel vs. Capcom. I see a whole bunch of comments about Justin. I watched the first video that Justin did for MVC2 online. And, yeah, people got destroyed. And I'm certain that there was refund. Yeah, Raven is missing. I don't know how to deal with the grabs. And I really wish I did. The grabs are kind of just, But, yeah. 8 here. These are the ones that I think are really, really solid. There's a lot of really solid games on here, I feel. Even obscure games. So, PS, PS2, and PS4. It's funny that all the ones that I think are very, very solid are PS systems. Why? That's wild. And it's PS1, 2, and 4. I can't speak on PS5 because I haven't really played that many PS5 games. That's so wild that this is PS1, 2, and 4. And the ones that I think are the cream of the crop. 3 is a... 3 is a, You know, you're making me think about it. And I'm wondering if you're trying to make a Gura reference here. I feel like it's a Gura reference going on. But, PS3, I never owned. I only played the little PS3, so I can't speak about PS3. But the cream of the crop. The Switch, the SNES, and PC. Because PC lets you do a lot of gaming. You know, a lot of gaming. If you know what I mean, then you know what I mean. The SNES is just overall solid. It may be old at this point, but it has a lot of good stuff to it. And honestly, not too many things are jank on the SNES, I feel. And the Switch does have some very, very solid stuff on it that's original to it. It has a lot of port stuff, which gives you the chance to play stuff that you never got to. I never got to play Skyward Sword, because I never owned the Wii U. I never got to play Hyrule Warrior. I never got to play Xenoblade Chronicles. If it weren't for the Switch, I would have never played those. Also, the Switch offers, Nintendo Online, which gives you a little more options for $20 a year. So that's honestly not bad if you want to play some of these games. Plus, you know, you get online, but I don't know how many online games there are for Switch. I guess it also lets you play the Nintendo Online games with people. I don't know how the delay is. So you get NES, SNES, GameCube. Do you get GameCube? I don't know if GameCube's one of them. Nintendo 64 and Game Boy Advance. Is GameCube one of them yet? But if I recall, the libraries for N64 and Game Boy Advance are not very big, if I recall. Oh, and you get Game Boy. So, you know those Game Boy games you never got to play? You can finally play them. Unless you go with forbidden technology. What's that? I heard nothing. Did anyone hear a voice? I didn't hear anything. But yeah, these are like the best. It's funny. I just realized this. Gary Solid, old PlayStation. Cream of the crop. Two of them are Nintendo. A lot of the Nintendo stuff ended up in B, it looks like. That's wild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them in, 6 Nintendo consoles are in B. Wow. That's wild. So that is that. Why did you go in 140p? Anywho, I think that is all we're gonna do today. I think we've talked long enough. We've talked over 6 hours. I think this is my longest Zatsudan. So, until next time, everyone, whenever that may be, I don't know what I'm gonna be talking about. We've done this for 3 weeks straight. Imagine if I did all of this in one stream. Let me see how long the other Zatsudans were. I'm trying to click it. I want to see how long the past 2 weeks were with Zatsu. Show me! How long were the other Zatsus? Last Zatsu was... I gotta do this. No, scroll down. The last Zatsu was... 5 hours. And the one before that was... 2 hours. So almost 7.5 hours. Add that onto the 6 hours now. So 7.5 plus 6 is 13.5 hours. Between 3 weeks, now this would have been a 13.5 hour Zatsu. Bro, I am made for Zatsuing if I have a talk. I mean, if I don't have anything to talk about, then, I mean, I can't really talk. But when I do have something to talk about, I guess I just keep talking. I am the king of Yap. I am the king of Yap. .io. I don't know why I decided to turn it to Naruto for a second. Yeah, instead of the void seer, I'm the void talker. I am the void seer, the expert of expert, the master of disaster. The honker of hawks. Am I gonna have to update my intro now? Alright. That is all for today. I was not expecting this to be 6 hours. It's a good thing I started when I did. I will catch you guys next time. Whenever that may be. Unlimited salt works. Really? Really? Okay, okay. Allow me to talk about my unlimited salt works. If I can find it. Where is it? Where is it? Shut up, music. Shut up, music. Go away. Give me just a second. 1 second. I am gonna go back here because I don't need this. Give me a second. I do not need this anymore. Make that go away. Let me grab this. Oops. I'm gonna grab this real quick. There we go. Then I can do that. Alright. I wonder if I could do something here. Give me just a second. I'm gonna try and learn something here real quick. I want to try something. How do I do this? Is this working? Alright, I'm gonna try something. Echo? Is it echoing now? No? Alright, give me just a second. I'm trying to do something here. I want to see about something. I think I have to do it this way. How do I do this? I've never messed with this. I don't think I could do, like, an echo, like a, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? Okay? The little echo thing? Echo? Co. I don't know how to do it. I will have to learn that. I was gonna make it, like, all dramatic and stuff, but, you know what? Give me just a second. 1 second. OBS, how to make voice echo. Reverb, that's what it is. Ah. So it's this. I do not have any plugin for echoing. So that is not gonna work. Boo! Boo! I can't do the echo! Because I don't have a plugin for it. Sadness. Alright. Let's do this, shall we? I am the soul of my game. Rage is my flesh, and smash is my blood. I have beaten over 100 games, unknown happiness, nor known by many. Have withstood many fairs as smash, yet those hands keep screwing up. So as I say, unlimited soul works. So it would have been more interesting if I, you know, had if I had the reverb. Oh, sadness. Alright, I will catch you guys next time, whenever that may be.